yearning wherever you wanna go. I'm gonna walk by your side for everything I'm worth. And if the journey makes you stumble or the road is far too long, then backwards we will wander. I will never turn around, 'cause I know everything you said, everything you've done, whatever you want, whatever you need, rely on me.
Yes. And we're live. Welcome to the Recruiter Podcast. My name is Craig Lockhart. I'm your host and the youngest man in the car business. Good morning, everyone. And sitting across from me are some pretty crazy, talented guests this morning. We have in studio Marissa, Red Racer Molnar. I'm probably going to call you Red Racer the whole time. And Mr. Michael Arrante. We're going to call him Mike. Welcome, guys.
Welcome. Thank you.
I'm so happy to see you, too.
Hello.
This is pretty cool. Hello, everybody out there in Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn. We're everywhere. So we're going to get this thing started here. A couple things I want to go over. First of all, again, thank you so much for joining us. Love you, loyal listeners. Our audience is terrific. And we love you a lot. Also, Dixie the Wonder Dog is here. She's made another appearance in the post-production video picture. She was prevalent, sneaking behind my leg. So I want to get this thing started, and then I need to cover a few things. But with you two guys here, first of all, I guess we'll go ladies first, right, Mike?
Sure.
Red, lots of people know you, but for the very few that don't, and our audience is pretty vast, and it's actually worldwide. There's people all over the country that listen to this, all over the world that listen to this thing. You hear Dixie drinking her water in the background. But if you would, Red, for the very few people that don't know you that well, can you give us just a short version, and then we're going to get, as the show progresses, we'll get into more, but let the world know who you are, where you work, what you do, and a little bit about your background and so forth.
All right. So good morning, guys. Hello, guys. I hope you are sharing, watching, thumbs up. Don't forget to comment while we are doing this live with you guys. We're here to answer your questions.
Professional podcaster here. That's my line. That's right.
Been on a few.
All right, we're going to get you guys a podcast. You guys both got to do a podcast. It's done. You guys need to do a podcast. All right, go ahead.
We got a spare room. We just need some of this fun textured stuff we can put on the wall.
Right.
My name's Marissa Red Molnar. The place that I work for, I'm actually in sales right now. I am with Grand Prize of Nanuet, where we sell Cadillacs. We sell GMCs, Chevys, and Buicks. I come from actually 4 years of a background of Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, and decided to make a big change. I made a little change once and tried Mitsubishi. It's easy to learn 3 cars. It takes about a week. Now I'm learning about 4 new brands with probably almost 7 cars in each lineup with every little, 4 or 5 subsets in each. So been doing that for about 4 or 5 months now and starting to get the reins on that part.
Do you feel like you're cheating against Mopar? Because I know.
Oh, my God. Everyone hates it. It's not that they hate me. It's just that I disappointed a lot of people.
Right.
Because for the last 4 years, it was like, they'd say, yeah, Mopar, no car. Yeah, Red Racer, she'll get you. And then they're like, what? It's like, I cheated on them.
I know, dude.
It's.
I get it. I started my career at a Plymouth dealership. There one time, even Mike, you're young enough where you probably don't remember Plymouth. But
when I got to the first Ramsey, the Plymouth sign was still up.
No, what? Seriously?
Yeah, there was a Plymouth sign up.
Get out.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Well, I can remember them pulling in truckloads of Cudas, right, in 72, 73, and they were literally, salespeople would have their customers there, and they would point to the one on the truck that they wanted. before the car ever rolled off the transport. It was great. That car was. I had what the heck was that? A 72 Dart with what would have been a 283? Or what? I mean, this son of a bitch flew. Other than a Grand National, and I've got I've got several cars, but one of the fastest cars I have is I have a '09 Mercedes 550 AMG, and it's 400 horsepower, and it freaking flies. But that Dart was insane. I mean, the ass end of that car was just, I mean, if you hit the throttle, bang, that ass was sideways like now. Like, it was crazy fast. And, I was 20 and stupid, and it was like,
That was the game.
Yep.
That's what you had to do.
Right, drive fast.
My first couple cars. I mean, my first car I had was a Jeep Cherokee hand-me-down. It was one of those inline sixes that never died. I
They
beat
didn't.
the living hell of that. My dad put 150,000 miles before he gave it to me. I got that thing to 300. God knows how. God knows how that got that
How
far.
do you get a straight line 6 to 3? That's nuts.
The thing I used to do, when I was a little punk kid, I used to do burnouts in the back of the high school. And we'd all go out and we'd measure how long the burnouts were.
Nice,
I always
right.
had the longest one.
Right, that's cool.
Dumb kids we were.
Yeah, that's awesome, though. Luckily, we didn't get killed, so
Yeah.
that,
Yeah, now we put it on the actual, now we got like
A real track.
ambulances
Right.
and harnesses and helmets. We wise up a little bit as we get older.
When I had a show a couple of weeks ago I did by myself, and it was old car stories. It was just I mean, you guys know. I mean, some wacky shit happens in car dealerships.
Oh, yeah.
And years ago, it was worse because basically everything we did was illegal today, literally. Excuse me. So one of the things I talked about in the old days, Plymouth and Dodges had on the firewall, they had something called a ballast resistor. And it was a ceramic piece that plugged into the firewall. And literally, we would, on a new car delivery, we would give the customer a spare because it was going to go bad. I mean, these cars were such garbage. It was going to go bad, and we knew it. So we'd say, "Hey, look, here's what you do. And if your car doesn't start, just take this one out of the glove box, and you just clip it in here, plug it in like you plug a lamp into an outlet at home." Seriously, I mean, it was like normal stuff. And Mike, tell us about yourself. What you do, where you work, some of your career, which has been a pretty interesting career and awesome and long.
Long career in the car industry.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
Live for it.
Yeah.
Mike Arrante, Yipper Nation, in case anybody wants to follow or do anything on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter. I work for Dover Dodge in Rockaway, New Jersey. Great group.
Shout out to Dover
Shout out
Dodge.
to Dover Dodge. Scott Zadowski, I hope you're listening. Been doing this for a long time. I love it. I like it. That's really about it. I mean,
Right. In your role there, you're
sales manager there.
great.
One of the sales managers.
Good.
I mean, that's it.
Good. Okay, so here's where I want to start with you guys, and I think it's really. I talked to you just briefly before the podcast about this on your promo videos, which I thought were cute as hell. You guys referred to yourself as Eminem or something because Melissa Mike, so duh, makes sense. It's kind of a no-brainer. So, with that in mind, let's say that you two have decided to buy your own dealership. Wouldn't be a bad thing to do, right? Be pretty cool. You guys should handle that. So pick the OEM, whatever it is, doesn't matter. Open point. Okay, you got all there is a building and blacktop, all right? And cars are coming. My question to you, and what I think the audience would be interested in, is this. As owners of, let's call it M&M Motors, right? M&M Motors Emporium, whatever. So, hey, it's your dealership, so call it what you want. I'm just making shit up as I go along. So, but at any rate, you guys own the dealership. You got a building, you got blacktop, and that's it. You got no staff, you've got nothing. So what I'd like to propose to you guys is and then I got to go over some things here to take a few minutes and give you guys some time to think about this. What's that place going to look like? How are you going to recruit? What are the type of people are you going to bring into the store to work with, under you, with you, next to you? What's the culture going to be like? Well, what are the processes going to look like? What is your marketing, branding going to look like? Your commitment to a customer experience and follow-up and CRM and the whole game, every fixed ops, whatever. What's that going to look like? So if you guys would give that a moment of thought, and then let me get some stuff out of the way here, and then we'll get to that. Fair enough?
Sure.
You guys good with that?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so I just made you guys car dealers, so
Okay.
it's worth the
That's
trip,
good.
right? All right, so maybe I'll throw in a little money, the manufacturer throws in a little money, you guys get a little money, and boom, we open a store. So
Time to go to the auction.
yeah, yeah. Let's go buy cars. All right, so again, to the audience, please share this out. Sharing is caring. Also, for our loyal listeners, if you guys would, as I've said before, we've built kind of a little community here with this show. Talk amongst yourselves. Those of you that when you jump on and you make comments and so forth, we appreciate that. Also, if you'd like to leave questions or ask questions of Mike or Red or myself, go ahead and throw those in there. We'll try to check some of those. I don't typically do quote-unquote shout-outs like a lot of shows do. However, you got Mike, Red, if you guys want to, because I see you both got your feeds on. If you want to put a shout-out to somebody particular that you want to have at it, that's fine. But if you guys want to put questions in there, go ahead and do that. We'll answer them as we're able to during the show. But talk amongst yourselves. I think this is becoming a very interesting community. Some of you people should get to know each other. There's some pretty high-powered people that join this feed. And this is about entertainment. It's about content. It's about learning. It's typically about the automotive industry. Although in several weeks we actually have someone who works for the Jacksonville Jaguars. He's going to be on the show, so we have some. We're a little all over the place with guests here over the next couple of months. Should be kind of interesting. But please share this out. Share it to groups. Share it to your timeline. We sure would appreciate it. Also, so you know, this show is available on our YouTube channel, which is AutoMax Recruiting. Please subscribe to that channel. We would appreciate that. You can also watch it live there or the replay. Or you can watch it on AutoMax Recruiting. That's our Facebook page. Also like our page. We're doing something very different on that. I posted that we are going to be sharing live shows that are consistent on Facebook. We're going to be sharing that to the AutoMax Recruiting page so you have a place to go to see top content all the time. Aside from AutoMax, aside from the Recruiter podcast, there'll be a lot of different shows on there. We posted some yesterday, and I've reached out to a lot of people. And those of you, again, that have consistent Facebook Live shows with good content, mostly automotive, but they can be inspirational, motivational, and so forth, life coaching. I'd like to have those on the AutoMax Recruiting page as well. If you have any interest in that, reach out to me and I'll tell you how to do that. Also, a couple weeks from now in post-production, this podcast, as in all the Recruiter podcasts, are on our site, automaxrecruitingandtraining.com. They all can be seen there. And the audio version of this goes out to Google Play, iTunes, all the Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, SoundCloud, who am I forgetting? Spotify. It goes out to the world. So you can listen to it there. It's a long-form podcast, so You know, it's the old thing, how to eat an elephant, one bite at a time. So I don't know, unless you have absolutely no life, which I don't. I watch 3-hour podcasts, one of which I'll talk about here in a little bit, but I'm a big fan of Joe Rogan. That's why we have all Joe Rogan equipment in here. I mean, like literally, microphones, the stands, the headphones, they're all Rogan stuff. So, but I'll sit down and watch a 3-hour podcast, frankly. Just to try to get better at doing this, frankly. So we are going to talk about a few of our sponsors as we go along today. But before we get to that, before I get to the question about the dealership that you guys are buying, I'd like to say hello to the millionaire producer, Adam. Good morning, Adam.
Good morning, Craig.
How are you, young man?
Doing fantastic. How are you?
I could hardly be better now speaking to you. You make my day, dude.
Oh, thank you.
Really,
Feelings mutual.
You really don't. You don't have to say that. I don't really think you mean that, frankly.
I did have to say it.
You did have to say it?
I did.
So you don't mean it?
I do mean it.
Oh,
but
okay.
I felt so obligated to say it that I had
Because I said it, you felt obligated to say it.
to. I would have said it first. You just beat me to the punch.
Oh, okay. Well, geez, that's ridiculous. I'm older than you. Even though I'm the youngest man in the car business, I am chronologically older than you. You should be able to keep up, dude.
It's tough. It's a tall task.
What's in the news?
Well, I was going to ask
That's
you.
a loaded question.
Are you going to any sporting events anytime soon?
I am not going. No,
There's
I'm
a chance that nobody is.
Yeah. Yeah, what's happening? What's the latest that you've heard about sporting events and what's going on with the coronavirus and so forth?
Well, there's talk. There's talk of, at least around here. So this time of year. There's a lot going on with March Madness, with the NBA and NHL playoffs heating up, baseball starting soon. So all of those things. There have been a couple of cancellations of some more minor type NCAA leagues.
Yeah.
The Ivy League.
Right.
Canceled their conference tournament.
Right. And that was going to be held at Harvard, right? Am I right in that, Adam, or what?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was a traveling thing but they just crowned whoever finished with the best record to make it to the tournament.
Oh.
Which has some people upset.
Right.
A lot of media members are upset because they're not allowed locker room access to players, which seems a bit overblown.
Right. They're doing that in the NBA like right now, are they not? Or did I read that wrong?
Yes, that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
A major thing I didn't really think about it until today because I didn't know it was happening this summer was the Olympics. The Olympics are in Tokyo.
Yeah. That's weird.
So I'm guessing that's around August or sometime like that.
Yeah. What are they going to do about that?
I don't know. They're committed to making it happen, though. The Olympic Committee said they're committed to making it happen, which I'm sure they are. And it's tough. It's tough when you think about, obviously you want the entertainment, but there's a lot of jobs at stake.
Yep.
I mean, there's a lot of money to be made, but there's a lot of people who won't have work if these events don't happen.
Yeah.
So it's a weird area to be in.
Well, on the way in, I was listening to what's a 97.5? What is that? The Fan? Is
The
that
Fanatic.
What that's called? The Fanatic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they were talking about at the Flyers game. Now the Flyers have won, I don't know, 9 straight or something. I think they lost last night.
last night.
There's 20,000 people at the at Wells Fargo. 20,000, which okay, so no fear there. Which I found
the
kind of
day
interesting.
after, I forget if it was the mayor or a health official that recommended you not go to any event where there's more than 5,000 people.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I had, matter of fact, I told Joanna, my friend and assistant today, we had planned a trip with her little boy, my best pal, Brendan. Shout out to Brendan. Her son, who's awesome. And then my son, my amazing daughter-in-law, Christina, and my 3 granddaughters, we were talking about taking a trip to Legoland down in Orlando. We canceled that this morning. And also, I don't want to, because I haven't talked to him yet, but I'm actually canceling another I was going to go to an event we're going to be a sponsor at, but I'm gonna pass on that as well. And again, I am the youngest man in the car business, but chronologically, I'm 67 years old. My last remaining bad habit, which couldn't be any worse, is I still smoke. Yeah, I know. Just throw in the hate. I get it. I know. But I've eliminated every other bad habit. Okay, so, we talked pre-show. I'm 3 weeks into straight carnivore diet. And again, you can throw haters, to your vegans out there. No, I'm only kidding. If you want to be a vegan. Just make sure you get your protein and all the rest of your vitamins and minerals. But I've gone straight carnivore. Almost 40 steaks over 3 weeks. I've eaten probably 2 full pigs, 9 chickens. And cheese for the fat, and a lot of bison. I actually have I got, you guys, you want something really tasty? It's bison jerky. It's a little pricey, but dude, I'm telling you, this stuff is really good. It's loaded with protein. It's awesome. And no fat. It's really good. But to get fat in my diet, which you need, good fat, I'm eating eggs. Literally, all I'm eating is eggs, cheese, and meat. Period. End of story. And I had switched to almond milk, but now I guess I'm going to go back to regular milk to pick up the fat in the milk, but I haven't actually pulled the trigger on that yet. But so, and I didn't. The idea was not to lose weight. I've been thin my whole life. I've been blessed to do that, and I am in pretty good shape. I'm pretty jacked.
I think I got you beat.
You are jacked, dude.
You have no idea.
You're jacked. I was going to say, you're probably taking Mexican supplements, was what I was guessing. I don't know.
No idea.
No, right?
He's solid muscle, I
Yeah,
swear.
Yeah. All right.
Word on the street is I'm an Adonis.
Well, we could do push-ups in here, dude.
I don't want to embarrass you.
All right. I appreciate that. That's nice. So, but the main reason I went carnivore, and I've researched it. This is not just something, but because of multiple orthopedic issues, I have real bad inflammation. I'm going to say, I don't know, the overwhelming percentage of my inflammation because of this change in diet, because because I've eliminated. We talked a little bit of no sweets, which I'm I've been in recovery for, God willing, if I don't drink today, this June 10th, it'll be 28 years. Yeah, 28 years. But as in most recovering alcoholics, sugar, because there's so much sugar in alcohol, sugar is a big thing. So if something lousy happened, man, cakes, cupcakes, Oreo cookies, it's like sex or Oreo cookies. It's kind of a coin flip for me, which might sound weird, but so at any rate, I probably ought to move on from that topic. But so I eliminate. It's been a month since I've had an Oreo, which is really hard. I was also into what are those things called? You guys know what I eat. What are those called? The lollipops. What are the ones with the chocolate inside?
Tootsie Pops.
Tootsie Pops. Big fan. Big fan.
Yeah, I don't eat candy.
Big
donuts, deep fried dough. Everybody at work, stay off the feed with that one, please.
Yeah. How about, Krispy Kreme should be illegal. They really should be.
Except for when the light's on.
Yes.
When the light's on, they're fresh.
Dude, are they?
I've never been. Everyone keeps telling me. They told me at work. They're like, you got to go when the light's on. I didn't know it was a thing. I've never been. I never had.
You can, not you because you're so young, but me, if I eat, because I like the glazed ones with the chocolate on it, I can almost feel my heart clench when I eat those things, man. And I'll eat, no shit, I will eat a dozen of them. I don't care. I won't now, but back in the day, I would. I just, give me a quart of milk and a dozen donuts, I'm good to go. Feel like crap afterwards, go into a total sugar coma, but I'm all about it. So how do we get on this subject? Well, whatever. But if you guys would share this stuff out, one sponsor I want to talk about, a really good sponsor, big paying sponsor. All our sponsors are amazing, but this one pays big money to sponsor the show, and that would be AutoMax Recruiting, a company I happen to have founded and I'm the CEO of. But just real quick, and we do actually throw money at this, but AutoMax Recruiting is the nation's largest recruiter of all positions in an automobile dealership. We've been in business for 22 years. We've held just short of 19,000 automotive recruiting campaigns. It's the most anyone's ever done. No one comes close. We've placed over 190,000 women and men in every position in automobile dealerships, power sports. We do a lot of Harley-Davidson stores, independents in the U.S., Canada, Puerto Rico. One of our real claims to fame, and it's something we figured out a few years ago, is automotive technicians, where there's an epidemic shortage of technicians in the automobile business. We have figured it out. So if you need help with techs, reach out to 800-878-5090. And we'll either my son Joe, who's the director of operations and a minority partner, or my other partner Ernie, who's the general manager, reach out to those folks and they'll get you hooked up. But we do it all, whether it be inexperienced salespeople. We can come on site with one of our 20-some recruiter trainers that travel across the country, or we do a lot of remote recruiting. So, and literally for every position, it was, we've put coffee baristas in dealerships. So I'm very proud of the company. We do a big job, very effective. And I was trying to find a picture, Red, but we had, for the longest time, the picture on AutoMax recruiting page was a class that we did at, what's the name of your store again? Grand National?
Grand Prize.
Grand Prize. We were there years ago, and we had this huge class, and that was the drop back picture on our recruiting page. And I was trying to find it. I couldn't find the picture because I wanted to show you that. I thought it'd be cute. And then also I know, and this is the way the show goes, I sidebar all over the place. How long ago were you at Kerbeck? It was a million years ago, right? But
Yeah.
Come on, he's
had to
very
be.
young. He's very young.
Right. I mean, you're second youngest person in the car business.
In the late 90s?
Late 90s. All right. So we weren't there, but in Palmyra or which store?
I didn't work for the Palmyra. I worked for the Atlantic City stores. and
Oh, did you?
Pleasantville, yes.
Oh, no kidding. What was the name of that guy? He was a mean son of a bitch. They put him in it was the showroom next to the big building, and it was nothing but cars, and his office was all the way in the back. This is a good Kerbeck story. You'll like this. What was in that store? Pontiac and Chevy? Is that what was in there? But it was just cars and then a few desks, and I don't even know if that building's still there, but it was right next to the
Right
big
next
building.
to the Corvette store.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
That was, at the time, it was Chevy Truck Subaru.
Yeah. What was the name of the guy, the GM that was there? We can bury him. It doesn't matter. Do you remember the guy's
No.
name? He was a mean. This guy, Mike, could not finish a sentence without an F-bomb. Impossible. Literally could not go 4 words without throwing in an F-bomb, and loud. So they retained me. Now, this was early on. This could have been, when did I start the company? 97. This was probably 98. So, what was that guy's name? God, he was a mean son of a bitch. But I don't think he's there. He might not even be alive anymore, for that matter. If he is, I apologize. No disrespect. But so they retained me to do a recruiting campaign and get them salespeople, and we got a ton of people. Now, typically, when we go into a dealership on site, we ask for a secured area because we're doing an interview. There's Social Security numbers out there. I mean, it's compliance, driver's license stuff. You want to be in a controlled environment. There was no such thing. There was his office in just an empty showroom full of cars. So I'm interviewing interviewees at a desk, right? this guy's on the phone. I mean, F-bomb, F-bomb, F-bomb. And I'm trying to interview somebody, and the minute he lets loose with an F-bomb, you could see the interviewer go, oh, and they would cringe. I'm going, okay, this is not good. This is no way to sell this dealership to these people. They had a conversion van in the showroom. So I held the rest of the interviews inside the conversion van. And then, you know where we held the training? Do you remember up above the parts department? They had this like attic.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
I mean, it was horrible. But that's where I held the training there. So interestingly, and maybe not, but I originally came to Atlantic City. I was partners in a company. We used to go across the country doing what were called turnaround deals back in the day. We'd come in, hire people, put in a strategy. You win big. It was straight Foursquare. I mean, very hardcore Foursquare. So I travel the country and do that. Well, it brought me out to Atlantic City, and our first gig was Roughview Ford, which used to be across the street. Now it's a parking lot. Did you know any of the Roughviews? Do you know any of that crazy clan?
No, but I knew of the place and heard of the place. Yeah,
dude, there was no kidding, and the dad's deceased now, and I don't know what the sons are doing, but they were wacky. But when there was a storm, so this place was. Are you familiar with what we're talking about at all?
No.
Okay, so this dealership was literally on the bay. So I mean.
Right on the Black Horse Pike.
Yeah.
Flooded like there was no tomorrow.
Dude, right?
Yes.
So when there was a storm coming, this is no shit. They would take their aged units and put the back tires just over the blacktop against the bay. The bay would come up and swallow these cars. Right? Bang. Next call's to the insurance company.
Yeah, kind of like what happened on Route 46 last summer.
Oh, really?
Oh, you didn't remember seeing that on the news?
No.
There was, what storm was that?
Not Sandy.
No. It was like last year. We had this big rainstorm, and the lot at Route 46, the Chrysler Jeep store.
Right.
Their used car lot is all on gravel, and right behind that is this little bitty, stream. Whatever happened, ton of rain. I guess it was like all the ice and the snow melted, plus a ton of rain. So all of that area eroded. The cars started falling into the stream. And then this is right on Route 46. And all the cars would go downstream into the bridge. Some of them went under the bridge. You found there was, I think, a SRT Durango, maybe about a good mile downstream in someone's backyard. I was watching videos. They were pulling them out with cranes and everything. It was devastating. But, yeah.
Well, and again, this is the way this show goes. But, and I told this on some previous show, but when was Sandy? When did that happen? What year was that?
Brooklyn I've had Brooklyn for, almost 10 years? Yeah,
it was probably
9-10 years ago.
Right. So this writer from Automotive News calls me and wants to interview me for recruiting, right? So we started, excuse me, and I go, I said, look, dude, I don't have a lot of time to talk. And this was right after Sandy. I said, I've had just a crazy time and this, and I said, why, what happened? And we're talking on the phone. I said, well, so during Sandy, my youngest son has a home 2 blocks from the beach in Ventnor. So we had to evacuate, obviously, and he came to my house is in Mays Landing, so it's, safe. It was safe. So I had my youngest son with me for a while. That was fun. Love you, Kyle, but that was not that much fun. So during the storm, everything was calm, right? So I was going to take a drive down to check out his property. Big mistake. Big mistake. So I'm driving, and all of a sudden, I'm like in the eye of the hurricane. Didn't know. But it was calm, nothing happening. So I'm in Summers Point, and I'm driving over this bridge, bays on both sides. And you can't see really, and all of a sudden, I'm going over the bridge, and a wave comes over my car, bounces my car 2 feet from the guardrail, and the water's coming up. Bang, 911. Now the water now is seat level, and I'm standing on my seat, and I have a bunch of Mercedes, always have them. So I'm in this, I forget which one this was, but regardless. So I'm on the phone with 911, right? And the water's rising in the car. And she said, well, you're going to have to bust out the window and swim. I said, darling, Michael Phelps couldn't swim through what I'm in. We got to have a plan B. She said, well, I don't know. She's literally 911. She says, I don't know what to tell you. Now, the water's here. So I've got this much. For those of you listening, my hands are about 1.5 feet apart of air left in the car. By the grace of God, this is so crazy. A fire department from 2 towns over had no business being there, was at the end of the street. She contacted them. These firefighters, God bless them, got out of their truck, and they have these long hook things, whatever they're called, these long sticks with hooks on the end of them. They hooked each other. There was, 4 or 5 of them, whatever, and they each had a hook, and they said on the count of 3, you got to bust your door open. You have one shot at this. Grab the hook, and then we'll pull you to safety. It was like, what do you mean one shot? Said, that's all we got, and they're yelling, and it's, literally, the water's up to my shoulders, so there's this much now, I'm at a foot, for those of you listening that can't see this, of air left in the car. I mean, it was like pretty crazy, and obviously, long story short, I grabbed the hook, they pulled me to safety. I'm not sure I've ever told this part. They had to take me to jail because
State of emergency.
right. It was illegal to be driving, and I didn't know. I mean, I should have known. It was a dumbass move on my part, obviously. But they had to take me to jail, and then Joanna came, my assistant friend, came and bailed me out of jail. My car, of course, ended up in the bay, and the insurance company, I just called them, told them what happened, and bang, they, it was like, okay, well, your car's in the bay, so yeah, it's a total. But so the guy from Automotive News says, forget about recruiting, dude. That's the story. So they ran that as a front page story in the Automotive News. You can actually Google that. I think it's somewhere on Google somewhere. Craig Lockard, Automotive News, Sandy, or something if you're interested in reliving that goofy story. But at any rate, all right. So share this stuff out. Comment. Ask questions of these 2 experts that we have in here. Let's go ahead and get to M&M. What do you guys want to go with? Motor Emporium? What do you guys want to call this craziness?
Michael?
I would say just M&M Motors.
M&M Motors.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. M&M Mopar Motors.
Well, we don't want to, specify us to just one brand.
Yeah, not a brand.
Good point. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, it could be anything. So who wants to go first? So first, all right, so we got a building, and we're good with the building, but it's an empty point. And let's say we got some new cars. We don't have any people. So let's start. It's the Recruiter Podcast. I own a recruiting company. So just selfishly, let's start with people. What kind of people, Mike, are we going to look for? What kind of characteristics? What kind of character? What kind of experience or inexperience? What are we looking for, dude? What's your perfect in any department?
Perfect storm.
Yeah.
As we were just talking about.
Yeah, right. Yeah, good.
Realistically,
Yeah.
to me, the best car guys are waiters. And not an Applebee's waiter. No offense, anybody working in that chain restaurants.
Right.
But a real waiter.
Yeah, like from...
You're in Atlantic City.
Yeah.
What about the waiter? Did you ever go to Angeloni's?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay.
Dude.
Those waiters.
Dude.
You know,
how about Chef Olish? You ever been?
Yes.
And is that the best
Yes.
or what? Do you have an inn at Chef Ola's?
No.
Oh, man. If you want, Kobe Fryer, who was on the podcast a week ago, he's got a good inn. If you want to get in there, just reach out to me and I can get you two hooked up. Have you ever been there?
No.
Dude, it's the basement of a house. Zero ambiance. I mean, literally, the restroom is in the kitchen. All right? It's the basement of a house. They have plastic ferns in the ceiling, but everything's homemade. They have no phone number, no sign. You basically have to be invited to eat there. You have to know somebody that knows somebody to get in. It is like the Soprano cast all used to eat there and all. I mean, it's like that.
Oh, that's why you know that place.
It's like, are you a Soprano fan?
Used to be when they were on.
The best. Probably that and Breaking Bad. Better Call Saul is pretty good, but in my opinion, Sopranos best TV ever.
Yeah, we watch those. We're binge watching Power right now.
We
Yeah,
are
man.
watching Power.
I've never watched it.
Every night we spend like what? By the time you get home, 10:30.
Trying to do 2 episodes.
And it's like
Yeah.
12 o'clock. We're halfway falling asleep. I'm like, she just got killed. Wake up, wake up.
Isn't that's
And
the
he
one
just
that,
lets me sleep through it, though.
That's
And Angie got killed. Spoiler alert.
that-
I'm like, no.
That's the Jesse Solmay guy, right? Is that Power?
Oh, I don't know the names
That's
of
the
these
50
people.
Cent. He
No,
does that.
The guy that did the fake got beat up.
No,
no.
that's
What's that?
That's Empire. I used to watch.
Oh,
I used
Empire.
to binge watch
That's
that
right,
one
right,
on
right,
Hulu.
right,
I never
right.
watched that.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
this
right.
is a Netflix? No.
No, I think it's
No,
a
it's
Stars
Stars.
series.
Oh, is it what
Yeah.
Power?
Power.
Yeah.
I've
yeah.
never. You recommend it? I've never seen it.
Oh yeah, especially if you love hustling.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
joy
yeah.
is it's only 6 seasons, so we made it through pretty fast because we're on season 6
How
right
many
now.
episodes
We've
per
been
season?
watching this for,
10?
like,
Probably about 10 to 12. Season
Yeah.
6 has got 16, I think, and we're
Oh,
last
really?
night was number 5. So
Are you Breaking Bad fans or no?
No.
no,
That was in the Mad Men a little bit here and there.
Oh, I love Mad Men.
I started
Love
following.
it. Watched it twice.
The redhead from Mad Men is on this show called Bad Girls. And
Oh, yeah, I heard
Bad
that.
Girls is like a very toned down version of Power. It's like your suburban white collar like life.
Right.
And it's the whole thing. It's
Right.
all about hustling, money, gangs.
TV is so crazy. Every single hit, the leads are the most despicable human beings alive. I mean, Tony Soprano was a murderer, a cheater, a horrible father, right? And who do we love? Tony Soprano.
You'll love Power then.
and Power's the same
yeah,
thing.
same thing.
They're
The main
all
character
the same
and Tommy.
thing. It's like all of them. Billionaire, or is it called Billionaire?
There is one
Billions.
Billions.
Billions. Awesome. Lead guy, horrible. It's every one of them. They're horrible people that you end up liking.
What do you think most women like bad boys?
Yeah, I guess. I suppose so. Yeah.
We're not too much
Yeah,
on the
been
whole
in my
TV thing.
experience.
No, yeah, we're not a TV person. No TV in the
no, I
bedroom.
Who's got time?
It's just all negative news.
we,
Just
don't
like
watch, we hate watching news.
Can't have TV in the bedroom.
You know the news. We don't watch the news at all.
Oh,
Once in
me
a while,
neither.
it comes on when we turn the TV on because it's set
Right.
somehow that News 12 comes on.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not, just like you were talking about the coronavirus,
Right.
whatever you want to call it. Listen, I'm bad with that because I'm a conspiracy guy, and this is all media. And you know what I say? Buy stock in food companies, entertainment companies. When everybody gets scared, the rich get richer and start buying stock.
No
They
question.
ran out of toilet paper.
Right.
Come
on.
That's insane. This is the way people worth $200 million become billionaires
Mm-hmm.
at times like this.
Jimmy Buffett said it.
I mean,
When other people fear, he moves.
Yeah.
When people don't fear, he lays back.
I
So-
should have got a bunch of masks. I should have been selling them on Amazon. You imagine that?
Dude, I ordered
Hand sanitizer.
4 weeks ago, I had Joanna order 2 dozen masks at $30 a pop, $750 worth of freaking masks. They haven't come yet, but they're supposedly on their way. But it's like it's disconcerting from the fact of and this might be a little TMI, but my net worth is taking about $100,000 hit in the last 2.5 weeks.
Well, Michael
so it's
was-
a little. But you know what I did? I bought more.
I just got a text from a guy at work right now. Did you look at this stock we followed? Did you look at this today?
Yeah.
It went even lower. So hopefully it goes lower so I
Right.
can buy more.
I think Tesla, and I'm not giving it financial advice, but I bought Tesla at the first hit last week at 640. Bought some more 2 days ago at 620. This thing all blows over. Tesla's going to go to 1,000. I mean, it went from 200 to 500 in a week. I mean, it's like, so yeah. I mean, the rich do get richer. If you're in a position, who knows? And again, I'm not giving it. I'm a complete chimp when it comes to this stuff.
Yes, we're not Kramer and Kramer.
No, we're not. But I do trust my advisors, and so I just go by what they say. Although I did move my position into gold a little bit, which probably makes a little bit of sense. Because gold is all-time high. I don't know, 1660 or whatever it is here recently. But okay, so enough of that.
Back to
All
why
right.
we're here.
Yeah. So, servers. I think we'd agree. I think the whole audience would agree. I mean, those people, they're used to stupid hours, right? They're used to, their performance-based pay plan,
They're used to being in front of people
right?
and entertaining.
Right. 'Cause if you're a jerk and you're a server, you're screwed.
You're not going to make it.
Right. You're not just not going to make it. I went to Shore Diner. Shore Diner.
Oh, I do.
Right. And I'll tell you what, if you haven't been there a while, I think they've changed chefs. They had a short time there. It was like a little sketchy. They changed, and the food is back to it's awesome.
We used to do a lot at Ventura's Offshore and the Tilton.
Place. I love that place. The offshore one.
Yes.
Love that place. Food's always good there. California burger.
I think it was on Route 9.
Yeah, exactly. So, we had a female server. Ordered a lot of food, and it was all for me. It was meat and eggs and so forth. But she screwed up the order. However, she was so nice and so apologetic. And then once she took full ownership of the mistake and went overboard and overboard and overboard of apologizing and whatever I can do. And because of her reaction to the miscue, which, everybody makes mistakes, man. We're human.
It's a car thing. I take full responsibility for my actions.
We have that
Got to.
conversation all the time.
Got
Once you
to.
can accomplish that, you're going in a very good direction.
Right, and that is scarce in our business, man.
Yes.
Because
It's
usually
scarce.
it's,
Yes. One of the big things scarce in our business is I've believed for a very long time, and excuse the term of it, but smack people in the face.
Yeah.
Not to the point, I don't live in the gray area.
right, dude.
If you come and you're in trouble or
Yep.
you're buying, and I talk to you like a human being and tell you exactly where it is, you're probably going to buy a car from me.
Yeah.
She's witnessed people that follow me and call me at all times. You want to know why? Because I make people feel, one of my biggest things I said, when you buy a car from me, it's like we're at the dinner table having dinner, which
Yeah.
is why I like servers. Why do you like servers? They make you feel comfortable.
Yeah.
They make you feel like they know you for the last 40 years. What are they bringing you? Water, bread, and butter? And the food coming out by somebody else?
Right.
But they're there. They're saying hello. They're smiling. One of my big things when I call up, guys at work can tell you that. If I call a restaurant, I was like, hey, I want to place an order, but I want a happy waiter. I want somebody happy to take my order, because if you're not happy, my food's not going to taste right. And it's like car sales.
He is the best at ordering food on. Anytime he picks up, hello, how are you today? This is Michael Arrante, and I'd like to get some food from you. Oh, he puts a smile on everybody's face.
Right.
But it's
Well,
about
that's important.
it's about happiness, and you know, a car dealership, you'd want people like that. And the biggest thing about it is, if it was ours, you'd have to create loyalty. How do you create loyalty?
How do you?
You make
Great.
salespeople money,
Yep.
and you make them feel like it's a family. You know, guy's birthday, everybody has a birthday cake. You know, people have good days, bad days. We're all the same. We get up, there's a problem. I'm one of those guys that wear my heart on my shoulder. So you know where I am at any given point of the day. But at any given point of the day, it's Canon camera, and no matter what I'm going through, you could get up and talk to somebody and make it like we're at the happiest place on earth, which is Disney.
Right.
Now, he's worked at dealerships where they went above and beyond. They had a guy that was working for him. Was it Pepe? Where they sent him back home?
Yeah, but
Yeah. Someone had a death in the family out of the country.
Yeah.
They sent him back
Yeah.
to go and be with his
Yeah.
family at that time. The owners are above and beyond.
But loyalty is your key in the car business now. But if I had my phone, she's witnessed it. People text me, you changed me. I've never made the amount of money I made when I worked with you. It's that kind of stuff. And I learned that a long time ago.
Right. What you say is very important. And to me, I know when people say stuff like that, it's like, come on, Craig, really? But look, at the end of the day, we're not taking anything with us, right?
Correct.
When we're done, we're done. So however much stuff or money we've accumulated, it ain't going with us. Our legacy, if you would be, is the people that we've affected in a positive way over the course of our lives and our careers, in or outside of the walls of the car dealership. Agreed? I mean, that's really what it's all about. What you just said.
Money comes and goes, and you could always make more.
Yeah, man. Fact, right?
I try to tell her that all the time. You could always make more. Lose it, you make more.
You couldn't be more right. Those moments when somebody reaches out to you and says, "Hey, Mike, I got to thank you, man. What you've done," because what we're in a position to do, especially if you own your own store, we're talking about generational change. We're not talking just about him or her and their immediate family. We're talking about those children, because what happens? That salesperson, the service advisor, whomever, comes home that night, has dinner. That's where those conversations take place, typically around the dinner table, right?
That's why I tell people all the time when they buy a car, make believe we're sitting at the dinner table.
There you go.
I'm going to talk to you like we're sitting at the dinner table.
Come on. That's right. So,
and that's what I do.
That's right. And those lessons being taught at that dinner table that night, good or bad, hopefully good, are going to influence those children in some form or fashion.
Making memories.
Right. And I'd like to think that because of the way you guys run your dealership, then those team members go home, have something positive to say about their day, and are teaching their children something that they'll then, once they grow up, have their own families or whatever the dynamic is, and pay it forward to that generation. So that's what I'm talking about, generational change. And I think as leaders, I think we have to be cognizant of that all the time, that you're not just dealing with an employee, that man or woman at the dealership.
You're dealing with their family, their life, and everything.
Bingo. That's exactly what I'm saying. And that's a huge responsibility, but so important. And that'll build, and you guys talked about it on your promo video, and I think you've mentioned it twice so far, is loyalty.
Loyalty. Gotta have. I learned, one of my mentors, which is Mr. Cauley Chack, who taught me a lot, would look at me, first of all, you have to be willingness to teach others and not be afraid to teach. Some people don't want to teach because they're afraid you're going to take their job. Okay?
All the time.
So one thing he taught me was, Mike, you got to teach everybody you know, so these people can feed their families for the rest of their lives.
Dude, that is so foreign to the car business now. Back in the day when I first started, there was a company called Key Royal. I still have their manual. It's probably worth some money. But their whole deal was, when they'd have a new hire, to train them to be a manager, to be a dealer someday. They take that green pea and give him or her the information, the development, and the training to take the next steps, right? What do we have now? And I'm not talking about everybody, but but I'd like to see way more of what you just said. If I'm running a store right now, I want to surround myself. I don't want to surround myself with yes men and knuckleheads. I want to surround myself with people smart, with a higher emotional intelligence than I have, which I think is key. Self-awareness, empathy, and everything that goes along with emotional intelligence. You have to have a certain amount of IQ as well, with technology being it as it is and so forth, and branding, which we can get into, which you've done, in my opinion, a terrific job of.
Thank you.
Man, I want to give people, I want people pushing me for my job. But I see it's a scarcity mentality, man. It's management that it's like, oh no, I'm only giving you this much because you ain't taking my job. And in my opinion, you can speak to this if you want. In my opinion, let's use the numbers from last year. 75% in the sales department, 75% turnover of salespeople in the sales department in 12 months, 90% with female. 90%. 9 out of 10 don't make it in a year. Now, here's the thing where it really affects my business is 54% of our applicants are female, and we're talking about 500,000 applicants a year through our company. We get over 20%, and obviously it should be higher based on what just came out of my mouth, but we get 20% of the people that dealerships hire are female, which is well over double what it is nationally. Our retention rate's a little higher because of onboarding and so forth in the way that we do it, but it's, in my opinion, and this could be controversial, but I'm the GM, I'm a man, I see you come aboard, you're sharp, you're on branding, and you're obviously going to be a force, right? Ain't no way no chick is going to take my job. So I'm going to hold you back because of a scarcity mentality and a screwed up ego, and just, you ain't taking my job, which is so effed up, it's beyond belief. But I'm sure that I'm right about this. I'm also sure that very few, if any, people would actually admit that. But that's a big problem because we need, in my opinion, more female executives so women can see what it looks like. How am I going to be a sales manager, general manager as a female if I've never seen one? I don't know what they look like. I don't know what that career path is because there are so few.
Well, Craig,
I'm gonna tell you this.
We
very,
talk about
very
this.
touchy, not touchy in a bad way, but probably a subject that comes up with us maybe twice a week.
Yeah. Let it rip.
But I want to go back to one thing that we talked about with salespeople and stuff like that, because this is a show that everybody's watching and they want to learn something.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to have a good time and learn something with that.
Yes.
A lot of the salespeople today just want it. Nobody wants to go after it like you talked about back in the late 90s, early 90s, where, the general manager came into the store, looked at you and said, "What are you doing?" "Nothing." "Get the phone book out."
Right.
Half the people I just said phone book don't know what it is.
Right. Start with the A's.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Start writing
today,
letters.
everybody's entitled, they feel. And one of my things is with teaching, and there's a story behind that with us, is I feel I'll teach anything you want to do. One, you got to pay attention.
Yeah.
If you're wasting my time, I don't care.
Yes.
But the bottom line is a lot of people they don't care. And I'm not going to teach somebody who just sits there and looks like I got 5 heads and goes to do their own thing after that or whatever.
Yeah.
It's not how we were born into the car business.
Nope.
But today it's a little different.
Right.
So that's one of my things, with teaching and where it goes short and where it doesn't in today's day and age, because a lot of people don't care. That's why there's a turnover rate.
That's right. Well, and a lot of that has to do with, you got to, and we're all going to make a mistake when we initially interview, because a lot of times it's like you interview somebody and then that's a no-brainer, going to hire him. And then they like send in their twin. It's like, who the hell are you? You're not the person I interviewed. You know, bang, they change. And man, I'm all about giving people time. But what I've also found in this, guys, keep your thoughts because I know you got something that you really want to put out here. But unfortunately, and I don't know if you've noticed this or fallen into this because I know I did. I used to find myself spending an enormous amount of time with the person selling 4, 5, 6 cars a month. And the person
and the guy selling 30 cars a month. Iron
Right.
sharpens iron. You want to hang out.
Iron
with
sharpens.
lions hang
Amen,
out with
brother.
lions.
Right.
That's how you get better. That's we're in our team right now in Dover Dodge. There's 2 managers besides me, Scott and Ray. Probably the 3 strongest guys in the car business at this point. The big thing about us is everybody leaves their ego out the door.
Good.
And nobody's afraid to get up to talk to somebody.
Good.
And there's times when I go in and I be like, listen, I can't do nothing. And one of the other guys will go in. Next thing you know, they're writing a deal or vice versa.
Come on.
And that's how this business should be.
Yes.
But it takes strong people
Yes.
that aren't afraid for somebody to say, hey, you might be better than me or this or that. Because one of the things is, and I tell her every day, if you don't come and you're not willing to learn something new every day, you shut down. You're done. You're in everything. And it's not just cars, it's everything. And you got to put yourself in uncomfortable situations every day.
Right. Adapt or die, right?
That's it. And
Right.
one of the things we do where we work, and we're succeeding very well, is because everybody left their ego at the door.
Right.
And everybody tries to help everybody to the best of their ability.
Yeah,
now, we do run, like you said, which is new. We have sort of the millennial, schedule. Our guys are 1 to 9 or 9 to 5, which
Okay.
didn't exist when we were in the car business.
Of course not.
And that's how they work. So
Right.
we adapt to people's families
Right.
and lives. And,
Right.
back in the day when we were hired, if you were sick, where were you?
At
At work.
My manager, I called in one day. I said, "Hey, I'm not feeling well." Yes, so. Well, I'm sick. I'm not gonna be able. Dude, you can be as sick at work as well as sick at home. Get your ass in here.
Yeah, without a doubt. That's how we were.
That's how my mother would talk to me. She goes, I don't care. Oh, you got a temperature? You don't feel good? Go on the bus. Let the nurse send you home. I'll come pick you up. Nowadays, the kid goes, oh, I got a little tummy ache. Okay, no problem. Here. Have some apple juice. Lay down. Like, suck it up, Buttercup. There's none of that
Don't
anymore.
hold back. Don't hold back.
Oh, but
Right,
yeah.
so you wanted. We were talking about women, and we got sidetracked. But
Yeah, so it's a conversation Michael and I have all the time is, he's been on the manager side of it and I'm on the sales side of it. And I'm going through, going this place and at the end of the day, she grosses really well. She's really great with customer service. She's really great with her numbers. Why take her off the floor? We're going to lose a good person on the floor, jeopardize some numbers to maybe put her in finance, where if you put her in finance, hell, the
crush
most
it.
successful women are in finance.
No doubt.
Because who's going to say no to a woman? You don't want to say no to your wife.
Yep,
Happy wife, happy life. You got
Yeah.
a guy in front of you?
I have, but I've been married several times, so that's a whole nother
Well.
story. About.
One of the things that I tell her about all the time, it's not the fact of, oh, you're great on the floor and you gross and you make money. There's a hidden objective there. That guys have been around in the car business, guys or girls have been around in the car business for a long time. No, it's not about taking somebody off the floor, because a successful leadership team wants their best people in the management positions in finance on the floor. Because that's where you're going to make your money,
Yeah.
and then you train somebody else
Yeah.
on the floor to take over that spot.
Yeah.
So there's a hidden objective in there.
It's so short-sighted because as good as you are as a salesperson, you are replaceable.
Absolutely.
Even if it takes 2 people, so what? As compared to if they put you in a management position, what you could create is epic. It's short-sighted, and it doesn't make any economic sense to me from a dealership level to hold somebody like you back, I don't know. So I'm not saying that you've been held back, but I think that mentality does exist. I mean, I don't think it's any big secret we're talking about here, but
I think it's all around.
Yeah.
thing. It's not, let's not talk about
Yeah, might not-
Marissa, what's going on,
Yeah,
or is or isn't.
Yeah, it's
everybody.
men and women, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think this is as crazy as could sound, and people might throw up the hate right now or whatever.
Yeah.
It's a rough business for women.
Yeah.
Because it's just, and we talk about that all the time at
All
home.
the
The
time.
bottom line is everybody
Yeah.
has an objective.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
you're not going to know, but they know.
Yeah, and where you guys are, geography does matter a little bit because you in North Jersey and it is a little different environment than some parts of the country. Some people probably think it's worse than it actually is. But it is hard, but it can be made easier, and in my opinion, should be made easier, not just for females, but for everybody. There's no reason to burn guys out at 60 hours a week or so. One thing I know, you could put in a be here whenever you want to policy. That's taking it to an extreme. And the top earners are going to be there how often? When?
All the time.
All the time, right? I mean, that's just human nature.
We had that conversation the other day at work when we were salespeople. On our day off, 90% of the time, where were we? I got to go to work for a couple hours and never
Right.
see what
Yeah.
happens.
Right, of course. Right.
Working late, doing
End of the
this.
month.
I'd work a
Yes.
couple hours. I've gotten off at, he'd yell at me, but I get off at like 1 o'clock in the morning. Last day of the month, I'm making that car sale at 10 o'clock at night. I don't care if they want to take the car spot.
Yep.
Let's go.
Got
You
to.
know, sorry.
Got to.
And that's the great thing about this relationship. He understands.
Yeah.
Not many people in our and it's also hard. Like you said, people can go through a bunch of marriages in this industry because if your significant other doesn't understand the amount of time and dedication and commitment you have to put into this, if you want to be the six-figure, it's hard for them to understand that.
That is interesting. If you guys don't mind talking about it, because I'm not sure. Do I know any couples that are in the business?
You know a couple couples.
I probably
I do.
do, but I would think. I mean, there's probably good and bad to it because it's probably hard to leave work at work and.
Oh, he's great at leaving work at work.
I specialize in that.
Well,
Yeah.
that's got to be
And
key,
that's
right?
that's probably from doing it for so long, and when we had to work 6 days a week,
Yeah.
and you got your Sunday
Mm-hmm.
off, and
Yeah.
90% of the times you worked your day off,
Yeah.
and there was no morning or night off.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
had a day off, and that was it.
Yeah.
But I specialize in that.
Yeah.
I leave and I'm home.
Good.
I leave and I'm home.
Good.
Now, don't get me wrong. As many people said before, if the phone rings and it's a higher anarchy, you better pick up the phone.
Yeah.
That's a different story. But
Yeah.
but this one wants to talk work 24 hours a day, and I try to explain to her,
Love talking
you
about
need
cars.
the downtime. Everybody does.
I think so.
I want to get better. See, I'm not
Yeah.
at your level yet. I just always
Right.
want to keep growing.
So you're picking his brain on how
Yeah.
can I do this? How can I do
There's
that?
a deal. There's like a simple deal. I gave him this clothes. I gave him this clothes. What would the wife say?
Mm-hmm.
What would your wife say? No. You guys discussed the budget already. And why didn't he take the car? Well, there was one deal over when we were at Hudson Valley. The guy said no. It was the price that him and his wife discussed, the amount of money him and his wife discussed. All the numbers were yes, which is usually the money of the machine.
Right.
It actually was the machine. He wouldn't tell me that he didn't like the stars and the headrests. I'm like, really? Like I could have fixed that for you. And it's
Yeah.
like that was the hidden objection. I'm
Yeah.
driving myself crazy talking
Yeah.
to him all night about it.
Yeah. It's interesting. Well,
little
and you're right. I mean, you got to ask, is it me? Is there something I've done to offend you or hurt you in any way? Or something at the dealership? Or are we on the wrong car? Or is it the price? Is it?
Yeah.
It's the old, some
That's
stuff
the
never
biggest
changes,
one every
right?
day. I got to go talk to my wife. Great.
Right.
I know you
Right.
talked to your wife, because if you did,
course.
you're like every other marriage
Right.
in the world.
Right.
What would your wife disagree with?
Yeah.
The car, the
Right.
money down,
Right.
or the payment? It's three
Yeah.
things. That's it. Let's call it what it is.
Here's the old Cardone thing that we still use in training, regardless of who the missing party is, but and it's really effective with women that has a significant other. What are you going to do if he says no?
No.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to buy it. And well, he ain't going to say that. Great, I didn't
Great,
think
let's
so.
sign. Here's the pen.
Let's go ahead and wrap this thing up. I mean, really. I mean, it's like, folks, if you haven't used it, use it. It is crazy effective. What are you going to do if he's, regardless if it's just whoever the significant other is? Well, let me ask you something. What if they say no, you're not not allowed are the key phrases, not allowed to buy it?
We should do a show one time. We come back on objections.
Sure.
Because
Oh,
what you have here is, and I'm sorry to say it, yes, I'd leave work at home, but at any given point, driving to work in the mornings or around, there's some sort of training on because we're trying to learn something new every day.
Yeah.
And my thing for 2020 is I want to try to read or listen to an audiobook a week. And it's always training and stuff like that.
Great advice.
And hidden, we do that. She calls me during the day with a customer. Listen, the guy just said this to me, and she's running to go get a car. How do I do that? It was the other day.
Wow.
I forgot what it was. She called me. It was the guy's mileage. He owed too much in mileage. So I said to her, no problem. Tell the guy, listen, we'll leave that out of the deal so you're not going to pay that monthly and pay interest on it.
Right.
And when the
Makes
bill
sense.
comes, you negotiate with them and you pay them at that point.
There you go.
And she's calling me, asking me as she's running to go get a car. But that's what we do. And we listen to stuff all the time. And there's always one of the biggest things in our business today is the Maven. That's all you hear about now.
What do you mean?
Maven.
The Maven, the person that's on the phone or the person that's there with them telling
the
the people
car
how to
guy.
buy the car.
The second baseman.
Yes, and that's the second baseman, and that's one of my. I love that because the Grant Cardone. What financial investment are you going to have involved in this? Are you giving the down payment?
Right.
Are you going to make the monthly payment, or are you going to sign?
Boom.
Nothing. Oh, okay.
You just want to make sure that he gets a very good deal, a fair deal, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, because you don't want to destroy him or her, but that's the perfect way to segue out of it.
Yeah.
I know you're here to assist, so
We listen to the
let's
same
do
stuff
that.
on the way to work.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. So from that point, your relationship works because of the work, and is I guess that's a strong part of your relationship,
it's
right?
kind of to me like on the it's one of the more exciting parts of our relationship. I mean, when we first met each other, I got pissed off. I was always one that when I got into this industry, I wanted to be a top contender. I wanted to be better. I want to be better than what I am right now.
Yeah.
And I would watch. This is when I lived in Morristown. I used to watch YouTube videos of Jim Ziegler.
Right. Alpha dog.
And we're praying for you, man. We're praying for you.
Yeah.
We're
Please.
Zig Ziglar people.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jim Ziegler, I'd watch whoever was on, whatever I could see. Learn about the Foursquare, learn about this. I want to be the best. Because they don't teach you. You go into a dealership, you're a green pea. They say, here's a book, here's the you need to do the training. And I'm like, okay, I went from Chrysler to Chevy. I'll learn the product. Don't worry. I'll learn the product. I'll do the tests.
Right.
I need a customer in front of me right now.
Right.
And the way it is when you transfer. I saw we got people who transferred to another dealership, and I've seen it. They just sit and they do the training. They do the training. Get a customer. I mean, listen. It's the product's a product. It's the same buttons, just a different name. It's not blind spot. It's blind side.
Right.
It's the same stuff, different day, different buttons, different place.
Yep.
They all do the same thing.
Yep.
Apple
Yep.
CarPlay's Apple CarPlay.
People buy off emotions
Yes, and
Well, sure.
excitement.
and excitement.
They do.
You got to build the value.
Hey, it's the old thing that we as human beings are basically motivated by two things: avoid pain, seek pleasure. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah.
So sometimes you got to throw a little pain in the game
Absolutely.
to the customer. If you don't do this now, 3 months from now, had you traded 3 months ago, your car would have been worth X amount of dollars more. If you wait 3 months hence, it's going to be worth X amount of dollars less.
Once we
So
get to
let's dance
January.
now.
Once you hit that 60,000 mile mark.
There you go. Right. Stuff like that. Throw a little pain at them. And, how we can, Glenn Lundy's. Glenn, I'm
Hey,
sorry.
Glenn.
I'm in the middle of a podcast here, dude. Here, I'll put him on.
Oh, Glenn.
Hey, Glenn, you're live on the podcast. We're right in the middle of the podcast.
Oh, I apologize, man. I didn't mean to call you in the middle of your podcast.
No, that's all right. When we got something as special as you, that's all. That's cool, dude.
Hey, Glenn.
So,
Who said, hey, Glenn? Who's that?
It's Marissa. It's good old Red.
Melissa
Red Molnar.
Molnar.
Yeah, man.
What do you, well, that's awesome. Is she in studio?
Yeah, she's in studio with Mike Arrante, sales manager. They are a couple.
Yeah.
And yeah, so we're just in the middle of the podcast, but I saw you calling, so I thought I'd answer and put you on air. So
That's awesome. Red is she is one fierce, special, incredible human being. That's for sure.
yeah, man. Yep. So hey, dude, let me. I'll pick up with you later. I'll call you on the way home from the studio. All right.
Okay, fair enough, man.
All right. Love you, dude.
Love you. Take care.
All right. Bye.
Glenn's awesome.
Yeah.
I've met him at Rockstar Conference in Vegas,
Oh yeah.
and they were doing the Sales Hustler House.
Oh, that's right. Right.
And there's some good collaborative people. You want to talk about iron sharpens iron. It was, I mean, listen, I love going to business conferences. It's a recharge. He tells me, he has his own opinion on it, but it's just a recharge, just to be around people who get it.
Yeah.
That's the it gets me excited about the industry again, because you go there and, like I said, there's people who don't want to get up from their seat. They see a customer come in, their mouth is dropped like, oh, look, a wild creature walking through the woods. Is that a rabbit or a jackalope?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you said something, and you just touched on it, but you talked about yourself and the other two managers get up and go talk to a customer. That if in every single group on Facebook, it's the number one thing salespeople bitch about. My manager won't get up from behind his or her desk
all the time.
I mean, it's like, come on, man. That's one of the reasons you're there for. You want to lead? Leaders serve. How do you serve your salespeople? You go help them make money, what you alluded to. Correct. How do you help them make money? One of the ways is go close their deal.
What Michael always says, he goes, listen, the best way for them to learn, people learn in a couple different ways. People learn by looking and reading books. People are visual learners. People are listening learners and doing learners, right? Mm-hmm. So Michael teaches by watching. Hey, listen, if he sees someone look like they're a deer in headlights at the desk when he goes and gives a first pencil, he doesn't care. He'll jump right in and do the first thing. Like, that was my thing. Like, if I had my own dealership or with Michael, EMI would be the hugest thing for us.
EMI.
Early management intervention.
Ah.
Before you even get to numbers,
write that
why
down.
be the face?
EMI. Say that again.
EMI, early management intervention.
Yeah. Those of you watching, write that down. I've never heard that.
Yeah.
That's good.
You get in there early.
Yeah.
Because you know what? Who knows the customer better? A manager. Why? He's got the most experience with customers. He can go in there and he can be, like when you put that turkey in, you stick in the temperature gauge and you get a gauge of what is this customer? What are they buyers? Are they kickers? Are they potential buyers? Do I have to massage this one? And he's able to go in there early, get an idea of the customer, and then you know what? When we got to go in to the end of the deal and we have to grind that last $5 out of them, he's not he's a new face.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the toughest TO is the flying TO, or is they're going to their car. It's like, okay, what can you say? But like what to your point, early, way better. I mean, right from jump, there's nothing wrong with it.
We tend to say hello to people as they walk through the door and they're sitting around walking. It breaks the ice, gives the salespeople something to talk to. Don't forget, we really know what's going on.
That's right, man. That's right.
Where, you talk about different parts of the country, Northeast, big dealers, closers. We go in at the end or during or whatever, and it's hit fast, get what you could get, make the deal, goodbye, next.
Yep.
Where I've been around, and you get people that do hour, half an hour, TOs. And it must be a New York, North Jersey thing, but you go in, you know what you're going to get, and you get it, and you say goodbye, let's go next. You made a customer, and please send me another customer.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's how. But it's early as they walk through. You say hello, they sit down, you say hello. It makes a huge difference. And you know who it makes a huge difference to? More than the customer, the salesperson.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because you have my back.
Right.
I know that you're there to support me.
Right.
You're there to help me, hold my hand, with most of these millennials.
So,
yeah,
and they see that, and then that permeates throughout the entire dealership because too often again, and this is my opinion, while I'm thinking about it, folks, write this down. Somebody put it in the feed. There's a book that I read years ago. I know the author. It's called Journey to a Heroic Environment. Journey to a Heroic Environment by Rob Lebow, Lebow. And basically what this book is, a guy gets on a train. He's traveling to go interview with someone, and he's going to change jobs because his current job is crap, the manager's crap, the money's crap, everything's bad. So he gets on this train. He happens to sit across from this guru that starts talking to him about personal responsibility. And I think too often, and I'm not blasting salespeople, I'm certainly not, but I've been lot porter to general manager, part owner. So I mean, it's like I've done the whole thing. I see constantly salespeople bashing management, right? Mm-hmm. I also see management is probably not ready to become managers. Typically, the way we become, and I know what happened in my case, I sold more cars than anybody, so okay, fairy dust, you're now a management and a leader of people. I'm not. I just was a better salesman than anybody else. I had no management skills. I had to learn it all. Mm-hmm. But I think it's time in our industry that salespeople start taking a little bit more responsibility for their actions instead of my man, who ordered all these white cars? This guy's a knucklehead. Mm-hmm. The marketing's horrible. Dude, do something.
And I've had this conversation with some people I've worked with in the past where it's just like, you're sitting here complaining about the inventory. Okay, great. I know. Can you be colorblind for price? And you try everything that you can.
There we go.
And here's the other fact. I saw you sitting there on Facebook for the last, 10 hours. Oh, yeah. And all the conversations I hear you guys have in the morning and the afternoon is, oh, did you see that girl on Tinder? Did you see this girl here? Oh, Bumble. And it's like, your focus is not on making money and work.
Right.
Your focus is elsewhere.
Yeah.
And hey, listen, I've been in the same boat. My focus was on buying a house. My focus was on renovating this. My focus was on this. Getting bills together, renovating it, getting my race car ready, getting ready for the race. Our heads sometimes can be out of the game.
Of course.
Very easy.
That's
and then
life.
You go and you say, oh, I didn't sell any cars. Yeah, I know why I didn't sell as many cars as I should have in December. I was buying a house. I mean,
it's life.
Where's the mirror? Right in front of me.
Right.
But there is times, though, I have to say, that management can hold the key because they can send you out with a very, very high pencil and knowing that the customer wanted to be $340. These cars lease at $340. The management sends you out with a 500 pencil. Let's not lie here. In this industry, if management wants you out, they will find a way to make you quit. They will find a way.
You're spot on. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's just,
I've seen people leave
this is
because
real
of that.
life, dude. It's like, what you're saying is just real.
I don't have to go and say, hey, listen, your numbers suck, or,
right.
Your personality isn't where it wants to be. You go in and you say, they can't go and say, hey, listen, I made a bad decision in hiring you. I apologize.
Right.
And you just go, oh, yeah, you had a couple of bad surveys. We got to let you go. Or one dealership I worked for, they wanted me to be in BDC. And I didn't want to be in BDC. I wanted to be on the floor. And they said, oh, you're really good with talking to people. We want you on the phone. We'll put you in BDC. We'll make you eventually a manager of BDC. And it wasn't the direction, career path where I wanted to be.
No.
Not that there's anything wrong with being BDC and everything, because nowadays that's
Right.
another topic. But
right.
It got to the point where they were finding ways to write me up,
I hear you.
to fire me, to get me off the floor because I refused to get off the floor. So then I screwed up. I sold a car that I thought had navigation, didn't have navigation. I took ownership. I said to the customer, I will pay for it. I don't care. I made the mistake. I'm taking ownership of it.
Whoa.
And it was a $700 mistake. And she was very thankful, and she goes, you know what? It's okay. We love it. Don't worry about it.
Really?
So then I said, you know what? Maybe I got to work on my product knowledge. And I went to the BDC. I got access to certain, programs.
Right.
Turns out I was one of the top 2 in sales and top 2 in gross for at least 4 months that I had access to seeing.
Right.
Why would you want to take your top person off the floor? What is your hidden agenda?
objection.
Right.
Got to
yeah.
say hello to John Solano, who's watching, who
Hi,
you asked
John.
about the other couples in the car business.
Yeah.
Yes.
Him and Joan. John was the F&I manager who taught me how to do F&I when I first started my career.
Shout out to John.
And his wife, Joan, was a finance director who then became the general manager for Kerbeck's Pontiac Buick GMC store at the time.
Awesome.
So he just came on now. I'd like to shout out. They're another couple in the car business that's been around for a long time.
It's just I don't hear. I mean, I'm sure it happens. I mean, obviously it happens, but it's cool to see it happen in work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are
You
you
know,
going to make an honest woman of her at some point?
We
dude,
will.
or what? Oh.
Honest.
It's
Yeah.
We're in car sales.
it makes a great relationship because there's no smoke and mirrors.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. There ain't no.
Yeah.
She's heard every story. I heard every story.
Right. Yeah.
So sometimes we look at each other and we're just like,
Yeah.
why? Stop.
Yeah. Well, it eliminates the dude. Where you been? It's 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
What do you mean you're at work? Because she knows, or vice versa, right?
At the end of the month, don't forget, it's 12 o'clock. You could call in your last deal.
Right.
So sometimes, here you go, I'm home already.
Right.
She's strolling in the house 1:30, 2 o'clock. You
Right.
know, where are you all night?
Right.
So
yeah.
totally
you know.
different.
Yeah.
Back to, salespeople, everybody has an excuse. Eric Thompson says it the best. Excuses are for the weak. Champions make adjustments. And like I tell her a lot is, your 30, 40 car guy, month in, month out, is going to sell 30, 40 cars. Now the guys that are sitting in the showroom saying how bad it is, I was the type of guy going, yeah, it's terrible. Yeah, it's terrible. Yeah, it's terrible. Why?
Right.
You took them out of the game.
Right.
So you could still sell your 30 to 40 cars a month.
I can relate to that.
So we've all been there.
Yeah.
We've seen it, and it's one of those things,
Yeah.
you got to keep excitement going,
Yeah.
and everybody making money.
I tell you, when he first started working in the showroom, my perception of a dealership was this. It was like the Porsche dealership. You walk in, it's quiet, it's elegant. You can hear a pin drop, and you could just hear the wine flowing and everything. He comes in,
Easy.
he starts. Sorry. He starts screaming. There's a song playing. He goes, "That girl is on fire!" He's screaming at the top of his lungs. Everyone's going around shaking their head. They got a customer in front of them. That's my manager.
Hey, man.
Hey,
That's right.
And there's nothing.
I still do that to this day.
I
We're
got better at
doing
it.
Hey.
March Madness, where you got to shoot. If you buy a car, you come out of the office and you take 2 shots.
Right.
Now, if you make the shot,
So there's a
there's a
basketball
wheel.
hoop.
It's
Yeah.
a basketball hoop.
There's a basketball
real
hoop set up,
court,
real court
everything.
set up.
Real court,
Right.
wood, everything.
Awesome.
Spin the wheel, pick the prize. The least you can win is $100. There's
Cool.
a $1,000 prize in there and TVs. The minute they come out of the office, all you hear is, "We got a shooter!"
Nice.
And I
a
mean,
shooter!
screaming. But, people like that. They're
Absolutely.
laughing. Some people go, "That made my whole day."
Yeah, dude, it's authentic, right? Authenticity is lacking, and we need more of it. And be who you are, right? Be who you are.
You got no problem
at the
with that with
store.
me.
Right. So let's go further. So all right. So we're looking at servers. That type of person from some sort of retail background.
Someone who understands the hours. I think the hour commitment.
Right.
Like when I first got my job offer, I used to babysit this girl Ariel, and basically I helped be a guiding light in her life. I taught her how to work on cars. So
Really?
yeah, back in the day. So she
Let me
called
throw
me up.
one tidbit in there that nobody knows. I could care less about cars.
He could care less.
I'm not.
Not enthused whatsoever. Oh, Michael, don't buy me this. I don't want Victoria. I don't want a bag. I don't want Louis Vuitton. I just want car parts. That's all I want. And he tells me,
Easy
I
to
will
buy
never,
for, dude.
I will never buy you car parts. And I go, I don't know
Come
how
on,
I
man.
feel about this relationship anymore. Because I had to go and buy my own steering wheel.
Shit, that's funny.
She did.
That's funny stuff.
But
man.
either way, so my girlfriend calls me up. I used to babysit her. She ended up being a BDC manager of a Ford dealership. She calls me up. At the time, I was actually selling antiques So I would go to auctions, buy stuff, clean them up, flip them.
Gotcha.
And she calls me up. Hey, dude, I know you got some spare time on your hands. I go, yeah. You want to be a swap driver? I said, driver? What kind of driver?
Right?
And she goes, well, if someone wants a blue car and we only got red cars, you go and get the blue car. I said, I could do that. And that's how it started in the industry. It started with
really?
me being a swap driver for Ford, which is usually an older guy position, like a
Right.
retiree
Right,
position.
right.
And I was like, all right, I'll take a shot. And did that.
Dixie, come here. Dix.
Did it for, they also had a Chrysler store. So I started doing swap driving for Ford and Chrysler. Chrysler ended up having more swaps than Ford. And
Makes sense.
they go, we have a salesman who decided to become, get this one, a professional poker player.
Really?
That's our industry, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
If you want to call a professional, okay. He goes, you want to take a shot? I said, okay. He goes, what about the hours? You're going to be able to handle the hours. Now, in the past, I've been a hairdresser. Hairdresser has long hours, too. It's on your feet.
yeah.
You're working with people all day. And that is probably another group of people. If you get the right one, they're used to the hours.
Hairdressers are definitely used to the hours, and she does hair great, by the way.
Yeah, and I like, just sidebar for a minute, when I sold cars, nail salons, hairdressers, barbers, they were great bird dogs for me. You sit down in one of those places, how do you want it cut? What do you do for a living?
Oh, that's all they do. Hairdressers love to talk.
Right?
It's like a real estate agent. Same thing. You get
Yeah.
and that's a branding marketing thing for you is
Yeah.
take advantage of your
Yeah.
your local community.
Right. We have, when dealers call us and we ask, we start a conversation with them, what type of person are you looking for to hire and this and that, and a lot, most of them say, or not most, oftentimes they'll say, well, a realtor, right? Realtor type person. Great. Are you willing to give them realtor type hours? Because ain't nobody, a top-notch realtor is not going to leave a $60,000, $70,000, $100,000 job, work whenever he or she wants to
And from home.
and
They're really leading their own life.
They're their own
really
business
are.
owner.
And I'm not so sure, and this can be up to, and it would take, we could go 8 hours on this alone, but we as an industry are going to have to become more flexible. We really are. There's no way around it.
We already started the schedule.
You got to do, well, like you just said, the 1 to 9.
Our guys work 1 to 9 or 9 to 5.
All right, so we have a certain type of person. Now, how about in the back end? Service advisors, when you really look at it, service advisors are really, they talk to what, 6, 7, 8, 9 times the opportunities as a salesperson does. So what are we thinking?
I'd love a good service advisor.
Out of what field? Experienced or what are you thinking?
See,
They gotta be, service advisor has to be a people person.
Oh, it must.
And
That's a must.
It's almost like a salesperson. One of the, I would probably tell you at least 7 out of 10 beefs during the day has to do with service.
No doubt. No doubt.
They don't care. Oh, go see the front.
Yeah, right.
Go to the front.
Yeah.
And you send them back. The guy just wants this. Yeah, go see the front.
Right.
Because, they're either afraid to tell them or they don't know. The key factors in this world today is people don't know how to talk to somebody. Yeah. We say that at home to each other a lot. It's not the words that are coming out of your mouth. It's how you're saying those words.
You are so spot on, man. In the statistical data and the research is no brainer. In fact, in communication, I'm going to screw up the numbers, but it doesn't matter. But in any communication, tonality is by far number one in terms of communication, then body language, and then at the very small percentage are the actual words.
Correct.
So it's like, to your point, it's how to talk to people and the tone of your voice. You can call a guy a straight-out asshole with a smile on your face. Right? It just...
I'm not going to tell you I haven't done it, but, there's times she's witnessed it. I could go, and then the salespeople go, I said that to the guy 10 times.
Right.
I said it different.
Exactly.
Oh, and then there's the other thing of, did you really just say that to that guy? Like,
Right.
they were okay with you
Right.
saying that to
Right.
them?
But they laugh.
They
It's
didn't
the
hit
report.
you. Right, of course.
And again, it comes to the tonality. If you say it lighthearted and joking, that's why I like some of these closes you hear. It's you gotta present it the right way. If you present it the wrong way, it's gonna blow up.
But you got to
You know?
believe it. The key
Fact.
factor with salespeople today is they don't believe it.
Yeah.
Gotta drink
If
the
you
Kool-Aid.
believe what you're saying,
Yeah.
people aren't going to question you.
well, here,
Even if
what-
you don't know what you're talking
It's
about.
the confidence in the numbers.
Yeah.
Because when you got new people going and you're telling them, okay, this Tahoe's $1,200 a month. All right, go tell the customer. And you look at it and you're like, wow, I have a Nissan Sentra. I pay $250 a month. $1,200 is a lot of money. And it's like, you're not the one buying the car. It's not your money. This guy just came from with an Escalade. I'm pretty sure he can handle a $1,200 a month payment.
I
Yeah.
learned that very early when I
know.
worked for Kerbex.
Yeah, but dude, I mean,
Mitsubishi store to a Corvette store.
the real world is we're dealing with people, and
Mm-hmm.
to your point, I was going to wait till you finish, but you said almost exactly what I'm about to say, is that it's hard, not impossible, but it only makes sense. Someone that's making a $250, $300, $350 car payment, in their minds, they can't afford maybe or justify a $600, $700, $800 a month car payment. So it's hard for them to present it to a customer. Which
Correct.
psychologically makes sense. So it's our job
Yeah.
to get their minds around that. And exactly what you said. Hey, dude, this ain't for you.
Yeah.
This is what they've been looking for. They can afford this. So, put your
There's
big boy
every
pants
type
on
of-
and let's go do it.
Yeah.
It's
Every
It's
type of
fake-
person
it's-
out there. There is.
Right.
Every type of person. And
Right.
one of the
Well,
things
so-
with our guys is they'll show two expensive cars. Why?
Yeah.
Because they like the car. That's what I tell. Don't show a car you like. Show entry level. You could always move up.
Yep.
But it's very hard to go down.
Amen, brother. It is almost
but
impossible.
and the customer will go, oh, but I want the, let's go with Jeeps because we both know Jeeps here. I want the Jeep Limited at the Compass price. I was like, wait, the Grand Cherokee Limited, you want it at the price of a Compass? Like,
It's getting harder and
Where you
harder
going?
because
Yeah.
there really is no $200 car payment anymore.
Right.
No.
Yeah. It's like, folks, let's do math, okay?
You know,
Not even
sometimes
my
people
cars.
come up and go, I can't pay more than $350. Our cell phone bill's more than $350. Think about it.
Right?
We eat more than $350 a week.
Right, man.
It's a
your shoes are worth more
you
than
got to make
$350.
them love you.
Yeah.
You got to make them love you.
Yeah. So speaking of shoes, I've told this story, but I'm having my floors redone in my home. So Dixie and I had to move to a local hotel. So I packed up, and I'm going to be out for like 7 days. So where are you going? Do you have to pee?
I have to wash my hands.
Yeah. Okay. Right. That's a lot.
Every 20 seconds, you got to wash your hands for.
Right. So I packed everything. The one thing I forgot to pack, Adam, if you can catch this. I have a suit on with white socks, $400 shoes and $5 socks. It's like, okay. So what? So all right. So what's your thought? Now, you went to East Carolina? We talked
Yes.
about it. East Carolina State. Is that the name of school? Right?
Yes.
Or where's that at exactly?
Greenville?
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I know the Greenville area. I know. I love it down there, man. What made you go there? How did that all come about? Why did you pick there?
My cousin's actually there and still lives there.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of cool. They must have got a kick out of you being from New York, because you're a New York guy or North Jersey?
I'm a New York guy. My
Okay.
first
That had to
first
throw
night
them.
down there, I never forget it. We ordered pizza. So
Yeah, right.
they were like, yeah, you call and order the pizza. I said, okay. So I called up. I said, I want 2 large pies. And the guy was like, a pie? I thought he was kidding.
Right.
But that was my first. And then they served it with dipping sauce. I said, dipping sauce? Okay. But yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, they don't have a clue.
no.
Jersey, New York, or I don't even. Chicago, that.
Deep dish pizza. I happen to like that, but
Man, I'm not a fan, man. I like New York, New Jersey. It's like. Man.
if you go into Queens, you have to go to Rose's Pizza.
What, is that in Ridgewood?
Ridgewood, yeah.
I've been there, dude.
Best Sicilian pizza you can eat.
Dude, I I've had a slice from there. Do you know where? I don't know if that store's still there. Boss Chrysler. Chrysler. They're right like on the same street there in Ridgewood. That's so weird. You said that. I've had a slice from there.
Pizza in Queens.
I leave for 3 seconds, and you're already back talking to food.
Pizza,
Yeah,
Pizza in
absolutely.
Queens. What's the name of the place?
Oh, you took me there, yeah.
Roses?
Roses.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It was
Awesome.
good. It was
Awesome.
good. The people were good.
Yeah, I mean, you get a slice from there, man. It's like, okay, this is pizza. Everything else is not. All right, so we got. Oh, I know what I was going to ask you. Okay, that's the reason I brought up East Carolina. Did you have a degree? Did you graduate or not?
Degree in communications.
Okay, so did you went to I forget where you went to
Penn
school.
State,
Oh, Penn.
and then I finished off at Ramapo, marketing degree. I started off
Where's
at
that? I've never heard of that.
Ramapo's in like by Mahwah, New Jersey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I started off elementary special ed, and with Penn State, and then I finished off with the marketing degree in the midst of the economic crash.
Oh, 08, 09.
Yep, and
Yeah.
that's figure out. Yeah.
Yeah,
How did she
lived-
get
I was
into
in the
auto
business
industry?
during the crash.
Yeah, me too, man.
When Chrysler stopped leasing cars.
That was scary. So, all right. So you're both college graduates. I went to college for a million years, did really awesome drugs and drank a lot, but I never did graduate. So, college hiring college graduates. Yes, no, pluses, minuses, thoughts. Where are you guys on that?
I'm an equal opportunity person.
There you go.
I
Yeah.
think everybody deserves a shot.
I believe in second chances.
The question is,
Oh man, you got a lot
Are-
of fans. All the AutoMax people that are watching.
Yeah.
That's what we're all about. Second chances, giving everybody.
the question
a
is,
shot.
are you going to learn? And are you going to teach? We're big on, like I said before, again, we're big on books. Like you talked
Education.
about tenacity
Right.
and your whole rhythm and rhyme. And one of the greatest books we read on that was Jordan Belfry's The Wolf of Wall Street.
I
book,
listened to that
Where
a
his
couple of
thing
times.
is,
I just got
you
hit
gotta
up
be
by him today on LinkedIn.
you sharp as a tack,
Yeah,
Awesome.
sharp as a tack.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
Enthusiastic as hell.
Yeah.
And a master in your craft.
yeah.
So we do that. We're really getting a book at least once a month on stuff like that, and we're big on podcasts with.
Big on podcasts. Big on motivational.
What podcast do you guys watch?
Me? Okay. Let's see. Michael.
I'm
you-
like a Grant Cardone, and
Did you see Belfort and Cardone?
I saw Belfort and Cardone.
I thought they were
And
going to come
who
at. go at
amazed
it,
me
man.
was Joe, UFC guy,
Rogan.
Rogan. He amazed me with
the-
Grant Cardone.
He's the best.
Yeah.
Joe Rogan is like my hero. I have a total man crush on Joe Rogan.
Our used car manager, I started calling Joe Rogan. His name is Joe Nemec every time he comes by. He calls himself Joe Rogan now, too. I don't think he knows who Joe Rogan is.
Right? Yeah. A gentleman that owns a company by the name of Permasoft. This is going to be a big thing that I'm not ready to announce yet. He's going to be on the show, but he wrote me an email. He said, he's going to be on the podcast. He wrote me back, and I sent it to Adam, and he said, "Dude, you're better than Joe Rogan." And I'm like, "Okay, that's awesome to hear." And we model this, the long form and all the equipment and everything, but yeah. Joe Rogan, no. I mean, only about 1 billion listeners short of Joe Rogan. But his shows some of his shows are amazing. But those kind of podcasts are awesome.
I mean,
That's what's going to make you better. I mean, that's the only thing that's going to make you better.
Study your craft.
We diversify. I
We
tell
do.
you what, if I go and I'll tell you some of mine.
Go.
So I've got we got everything from spiritual to interpersonal
Yep.
to business.
We
So
do we do
We
believe
listen to-
spiritual. We go to
yes.
church every
Good.
Sunday.
Christian,
Good for you.
Catholic, doesn't matter.
Well,
Jewish.
Don't you do something at a church currently, don't you?
Yeah,
Or
I
something-
help.
or
Well,
some ministry,
I
or
help
what
out
is that?
here and there. His father is
My father is a reverend, and
Yeah.
in
Is
case
he?
anybody is in the Monroe, Central Valley area, please
Oh, yeah.
come to the Journey Church.
the
No
Journey
kidding.
Church.
Yeah,
It
that's
is a
awesome.
relaxed. It's not. It's really a non-denominational kind of church.
You would
Yeah,
think
that's
you're
what I
here.
Super
go to.
relaxed.
Yeah.
This guy reminds me of oh god, not Eric Thomas, the other one I like.
Les Brown.
He reminds me of Les Brown, and who's the
Les
one that used to
Brown's-
do the AT&T commercials? that voice. He's just got that booming voice.
Oh, I know who you're
Yeah,
talking
from the
about.
90s. Yeah, he's just got that voice, and it just grabs your attention. And he doesn't talk like he talks about religion here and there,
Yeah.
but it's like there's a guide to how you have to have your life. It just touches you on what you're doing every day, and none of it could. He can do the whole thing and cut out all the verses in the Bible, and it all still has meaning and content. And I tell you, it's definitely a changer. But yeah, we listen to like Elevation Church. We listen to the Journey Church podcast on Podbeam.
What's the pastor's name? at
Chris
Ele-
Verdick.
Yeah.
Verdick.
Yeah, Stephen Verdick.
Stephen
Verdick.
Awesome.
Yep. That's what we listened to that on the way here.
My church did with our small groups, we did a thing with Stephen. It was like a 6-7 part thing. This was several years ago, and I've always missed because he's got a lot of satellite churches.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm a big fan of his. My church is real similar to that. Very similar.
Yeah. So
Go ahead.
we also got what I like to listen to is I got this thing called DBT. DBT is on the psychological side of things, because selling there's psychologicalness when it comes to selling. So you have to be able to understand your customer. You have to be able to understand their moods and what things may trigger them. What I like about DBT is the DBT I could use on our teenagers, his teenagers, because it just learning how to modulate yourself with whatever emotion that they're going through. Kind of almost like a mirroring technique, which is
Yes.
also something that
Very
Jordan
important.
Belfry talks about in his book too, which is
Mirror
very
the
important.
customer.
Yeah.
You know, and
And you get two teenage girls, right?
I do.
yeah.
Good
So the
luck with that.
DBT works really well when I'm talking to them, and you
Yeah.
know they don't want to hear that they're not going to get their way, and
Yeah.
you know, to be able to use that. You know, I got Grant Cardone in the morning. I'll do my daily meditation podcast. I'll listen to that, work on my breathing, kind of get my day started right.
Isn't that so important? I just somewhat recently started with meditation, just breathing and some focus.
Yeah.
And man, because I used to be the guy right to my phone, right? And wow, it makes a world of difference, doesn't it? To start your day.
I think I got her into that with the app Headspace. I still have the app.
Yep.
Headspace
It
is the app?
teaches you how to. Every
We used to be much better
successful
at it.
giant in the world, if you talk to them, somewhere, somehow says they start their day with meditation.
Yeah.
Meditation or
right.
exercise. I used to do my a walk. I used to walk the dog in the morning, and listen to the meditation, and I go sit by the stream. You know, it is all different kind of things. I mean, I got my Gary V. He's not a fan of it, but I listen to
Yeah.
that's more for my branding side. That
Yeah,
appeases my
right.
branding side.
Yeah.
And marketing side.
Yeah.
And then
Gary Vee's really big
I think
into
he's good.
emotional intelligence.
But every other word's the F word.
I know.
Why?
I
Why?
know.
because this is the reason why Gary.
It's a state change, I guess. you
He
know.
is trying to assimilate to a market. He's trying to be. If you talk without the cursing, you almost sound like a parent. And if you do the cursing, you're more you're assimilating with them more, and you're targeting a different age demographic, because the kids, the teenagers, the girls,
You're never selling
they're
me on
cursing.
that, so keep going.
All right, whatever.
Thank you.
Well, years ago, I come at it a different way, and not that there's a whole bunch of different ways to look at this thing, but
Absolutely.
years ago, I dated a woman that would pitch Tony Robbins seminars. So I was able to, because of that relationship, get behind the scenes with Robbins, went to a couple of his things, did the firewalk, the whole 9 yards.
Oh, you're talking his language here.
Well, just to let you
Firewalk
know,
is
one of
amazing.
my goals, and I haven't done it yet, and I will, is I do want to see Tony Robbins and walk on the calls.
Do it.
I said
I'm telling
I'll
you,
root you on
do it.
with the calls.
And I'm going and this spend the money and go up front.
That's what he wants to do.
It's a whole different
That's-
experience being in the
That's on
mosh
my bucket
pit
list.
or
So if
just
anybody's
behind it.
listening, it's on my bucket list if you know him.
Yeah, we'll start a GoFundMe.
It
We'll
is-
replace that Feed Me.
So here, let me walk you through this. So the first one I went to, she hooked up for me, was in Atlanta. So it starts at 7 in the morning. You walk into the auditorium off, I don't know, 75 feet away is a gigantic pile of wood on fire, right? So he starts screwing with you right from jump because you know that's going to be what?
Your walk path.
The coals that you're going to walk on later, right? It is, so let's say it starts at 7:30 or whatever. I think we did the fire walk, I'm going to say at 10 that night. It is mass hypnotism. He calls it state change.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here to tell you, it's when I even think about it, it seems insane. So he gives you a mantra called cool moss. And you say, cool moss, cool moss, cool moss. Now, this is a 12-foot bed of 2,000-degree burning coals. At the end, they have a person with a hose, and there's people, Tony has his people alongside in the event that you were to fall. You roll up your pant legs. If not, the coal catches your clothes on fire. And I'm here to tell you that and you can't run, you walk like this. You can hear the coals crunching in your ears. And it felt like I was walking on ice cubes. It was life-altering. It was so weird.
Power of your mind.
Absolutely. And at the end, then, because sometimes you'll have a coal, people have a literal coal stuck to their skin, and when you come out of state, that would burn you.
Yes.
Right? And then everyone cheers because the idea is to celebrate your wins and so forth at the end of it. Now, the girl that I was dating, there were thousands of people to do this firewalk, and I said, I hooked up with her later. I said, did you firewalk? She said, yeah. She got burnt because she was busy doing her job and didn't go through the quote-unquote state change. So it's, that can happen. I didn't hear about it happening to anyone else at the event, but it is life-changing, dude. And then we went again to the one of the Meadowlands. Now, this is, 5, 6, 7 years ago. He did one at the Meadowlands, which was awesome, too. But it is, dude, and really, the cheap seats are $100. You're way in the back. It's okay. You want to be up as close as you can be. And
In the $2,000 seats.
yeah, I mean, in that mosh pit, yeah, I think they're around $2,500, and that's awesome. But even just a row back from that is basically the same thing for $1,000 or whatever it was. I forget what I paid. It was a lot, but
It changes your life forever.
well
Merry
worth
Christmas,
it.
Michael.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
But it is long days, man. I'm talking about it's 12 hours, and you're on your feet a lot. Wear very comfortable shoes because he puts you kind of like through. It's not sleep deprivation, but he's messing with you the whole time. He's a master. He's a super bright guy, man.
His books are in our.
Yeah.
We go all
Yeah,
over
as
the
far as
place,
the
like
books
she
go.
said. I just finished listening to a book, T.D. Jakes, crushing it because he
I
was
have
with
not heard-
was with.
That's good,
Chris.
right?
The way the man talks just blows your mind.
Yeah. He's a reverend or minister or something. Is he?
Call him
or
a
no?
bishop.
Oh, that's right. Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's right. Yeah.
The book Crushing It is just incredible. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm plugging him now too.
Yeah. That's right. Plug away.
I'd
man.
rather plug Dover Dodge.
Grand Prize Nanuet,
There we
Chevy.
go.
You want to buy a Chevy, GMC, Buick, or a Cadillac?
Here we go.
Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about with them Jeep Dodge Rams.
We want to support family.
Not for nothing, but listen, if my customer's not interested in a product that I have,
There you go.
don't go next door.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
That's cool.
But
Nothing wrong with that.
yeah, go to Jersey.
Yep.
But yeah, my book, the book that I like listening to every once in a while to kind of like get my head in perspective here. And this is more for the women in the auto industry. And it is Nice Girls Do Not Get the Corner Office. by Louis P. Frankel.
Huh.
Yeah, nice
a
girls
great
don't
book,
get the
huh?
corner. Oh yeah, I
Nice
had to
girls
beg
don't
you
get the corner.
to download that one for me.
That's it.
Oh, you're like, no, you're gonna be. And I tell you, you kind of get a little feministy when you listen to that and you hear the
Yeah.
statistics on like the real difference between men's wages and women's wages and
Yep.
and how just they think. See, I'm not one that like if you hit me in the face, it's very hard to make me cry in the workplace. I'm a car girl through and through. I grew up with the boys. I was always in the in the woods. We'd do the quad riding, work on the cars. So I've always been around the guys. So the tough skin was always there, So it was easy being transferring into the auto industry, So hearing this stuff, it's like, I'm not one of the guys like
Right.
I was when I was growing up with all the guys.
Well, that's
You could pull out the elephant out of the room.
typically I'm a big supporter of equality of opportunity. Equality of outcome, in my opinion, is an entirely different thing. In the automobile industry, I'd like to think we have the ability of equality of opportunity. So you've gotten an opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Now, once you're in, your equality of outcome is no different than if you and I are on the floor as salespeople together.
Oh yeah,
It's the same. We're equal.
I make what I want to make.
Bingo. Right? Now, there might be some statistical data that says otherwise in terms of hourly workers or executive positions that aren't performance-based pay, but in the car business, it's like, have at it, girl. It's like,
Well, you know
Let's
what? No,
go.
to a certain degree, right? When you sit down and you work out your pay plan, not everyone gets the same pay plan.
what do you mean?
The pay plan can be changed and altered. The pay plan is a negotiation in itself. Most salespeople don't know that. Because when I go to sit down and negotiate, I will negotiate my pay plan. Because I've been doing this long enough. It's not like, oh, here's the pay plan, sign here. No, I don't want $300 a week. I deserve $500 a week. Because that's my worth per week. Because I know what I'm worth. And and even as a manager, you can negotiate that. I don't want 3% of the store. I want 3.5% of the store.
Well, that's interesting. I
We're
hadn't
in the
thought about it
negotiation business.
from that point of view. Yeah, and typically, this is way broad stroke. Typically, women are not as strong in negotiating their position or their worth in the marketplace as men are. Typically, in your case, it's different, but typically,
it's our upbringing as a woman. Our
Right.
upbringing was
Take what you
and,
get,
and you'll
you
get
know.
it. If you listen to the book,
go
girls.
make me a sandwich.
Yeah, if you listen to get me a beer.
Yeah, how's that
Hey,
work at your
sweetheart.
house?
At our house, there's
Right.
a
Here, sweet
there's a
cheeks.
there's a good saying that goes, "Are your legs broke?"
Oh, I tell them all the time. I said,
Right.
honey, I love you. I want you to be around forever.
Right.
Are your legs broke? Go
Right.
get it. You want a beer? Go get it yourself. Once I am sitting in the sofa, it's glued. I'm stuck. Help.
And she's telling the truth. Are your legs broke? Oh, okay, thank you.
Oh, you lost about like 10 pounds.
Hey,
of that.
I got this. This is awesome.
Go upstairs, get it yourself.
This is awesome stuff here. I got to pay some bills here, so I got to do some live reads here. But so let me get through a couple of those, and then actually I'm going to have a call-in one here in a little bit. But want to thank a couple of our sponsors that pay us crazy amounts of money to put on this awesome podcast. First company I'd like to talk about is a company called Automotive HR, AutoMotohr.com. The CEO is Stephen Warner. Automotive HR is a lot of things. First of all, they're a career-branded website. So here's the deal, car people. A lot of car dealerships, most car dealerships, on their website will have a career tab, a career page, something like that, and they post some jobs. If those jobs are not connected to a third party, such as KPA has a platform, a company called Hierology has a platform. We strongly urge you and back Automotive HR because A, we use them and they're the best. But if you're not hooked up to, as a dealer, hooked up to a third party site such as Automotive HR, it's wasted real estate. Ain't nobody coming to your website to look for a job. They're coming there for specials, hours, internet pricing, and so forth. They're not there looking for a job unless you're tied up to a third party that then aggregates your jobs to all the job boards. Automotive HR acts as an ATS, an applicant tracking system, electronic onboarding, which is gigantic when you're talking about retention. Instead of putting a 8-inch pile of paperwork to a new hire, everything can be done electronically. Has a lot to do with compliance. And it's a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week, 365-day job board, any position. They actually have the opportunity they post your jobs in over 100 different languages. To give you an idea, to drop a name here, Paragon Honda and Brian Benstock, they use this particular product. They have, I think this is right, 17 different languages spoken on the showroom floor. So if you're in a diverse area, this gives you the opportunity to run your ads not only in English, but in literally 100 different languages. So automotohr.com. Stephen Warner is the CEO. He's an awesome guy, a good friend of ours. We use the product. We also resell the product. If you reach out to Stephen or if you reach out to Joe or Ernie at AutoMax, mention the Recruiter Podcast, and they will take care of you, save a couple dollars, so that'd be cool. Another company I want to talk about real quick, and then Hunter, if you're listening to the podcast, I'm gonna call you. We're running a little behind because this conversation's so awesome. But I do want to get you on air here. I also want to talk about our friends at Tecobi, Tecobi, and the madman, the mad scientist, Jason Girdner. If you're on Facebook and if you're a friend of Jason Girdner, chances are you're going to see a post. You're going to see a post of a Rolls Royce or some other exotic car that he's buying, and so on and so forth. His awesome significant other, Scarlett Mick, and of course, probably one of the strongest salespeople as a vendor in the country is Dan Webb. Dan and his wife were on the show here early on, I don't know, probably 20, 30 episodes ago. But Tecobi has it absolutely down in terms of Facebook advertising, creating leads for your dealership. They are amazing. Again, you can reach out to Tecobi, Tecobi.com. You can hit Dan or Scarlett or Jason up on Facebook. Tell them you heard about them from the Recruiter Podcast, and they'll save you some money there too. They're a terrific company, great sponsor of the podcast, and we appreciate them a lot. So. Next, let's get back to M&M Motors here. So we've talked a little bit about people. How do you guys feel about, and I don't know, this is probably a loaded question based on your background, but I've seen some discussion about, or some, I don't know if controversy is the right word or not, about salespeople in their personal branding, quote unquote, outside of the store's branding, and kind of like, and that's kind of a slippery slope. It's a little tricky. It's important for a salesperson, I believe, to brand themselves. We'd agree on that, yes?
Yes.
It could get a little tricky. You know, you got the old thing, you guys know, you know Elise Kephart, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, she was
Bomb.
you're right. So she was at
Love it.
Sunset Honda, and knocking it out and really branded herself using video mostly, almost primarily, and became a celebrity of sorts, YouTube diva, Ziegler called her. And I guess I think that's still her Twitter handle, actually. When she left, and she put everything on YouTube, when she left, Sunset Honda, and I'm going to screw up this story, and I apologize to anybody involved. Nobody sue me here. Although that's why we have lawyers, so I don't care. But so when she left, I think she was made or strongly urged to pull that stuff down because it was her Sunset Honda and she was no longer there. And they were getting like tens of thousands of views. I mean, like a lot of views.
It's hard.
Right. So it's a
It's
little
hard.
tricky, right?
Yeah. So like when I was with
And you have a YouTube channel, right?
Yeah, no, I'm not using it as much as I should. I kind of lost the software that I loved using, but with the YouTube, yeah, I have a YouTube channel. It's not updated as much as I'd like to, but I was using it when I was at Ramsey, and it was always read at Ramsey. Ramsey even had their marketing team help me develop my own branding, which I would use. Like, I would do my own branding to the point where I had made my own jacket. I made my own jacket. It said red at, and it said Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram. I didn't
Nice.
have the brand of the dealership on it because I don't know where I'm ever going to be, but I know I was really dedicated to the brand. So I said, well, I could be able to go to any Jeep dealership, and I could be able to wear this jacket. They got a little upset. They said, why doesn't it say our name on it? I said, well, it wasn't your money.
Good answer.
If you wanted to split the cost, okay, or take the whole cost, I'll have a jacket made where it says the company's name on it.
Right.
But right now, it's just going to say my name on it. I've done a lot of branding. I mean, I have for the new dealership, I haven't brought it because I just got it fresh off the printers. So I don't know if the camera can.
Show that.
Can the
Yeah.
camera zoom in on this?
Yep. Yeah, they can see it.
All right. So this is branding
let
I
me-
made my own
Let
self.
me read that. Congratulations. Looking for a new car, looking for the best deal. Thank your employer because you are entitled to special discounts because you work here. And
So this is
okay.
something that would be posted.
awesome.
I'm going to be mailing this out. So you remember how we said about the old car dog days? Here, get yourself a book and start calling people. Well, we have programs that are supplier discounts that are dedicated to certain people. Like Chrysler has, what was it? What's the group called? What's the program called? Michael? Testing. Well, there's like supplier. Like if you were FedEx, you work for FedEx, you get
Oh,
special
okay.
discounts.
Affiliates. you're talking
Yeah,
Yeah.
Chrysler calls it affiliates. We call it supplier.
Gotcha.
So it's special discounts you get because you work and are affiliated with
Gotcha.
the big house.
Right.
So I got that list, and you know what? I started going. Our up bus doesn't come and drop off many people, so I have to create my own transportation for the dealership. So, the up bus, and so I'm actually I've been writing out envelopes for the last day and a half because this finally came in,
Yeah.
and I'm cross-checking the list with local businesses that are on the list. So like, hey, we got 7-Eleven. You know how many 7-Eleven dealerships are within 30 miles of the dealership? All right, I make it. I write out a letter. I have no problem coming in and having a conversation with the employees, telling them how the program works. It's a 5-minute conversation, really. And having them post this in their break room. Because really, technically, their HR is supposed to be notifying their employees to the certain benefits that they are entitled to. And this is
Okay.
one of the benefits because you work for
Right.
7-Eleven,
Right.
because you work for FedEx, UPS,
Right.
and Glass Hut, or I don't know, it's
Right.
just like all these random places. I'm learning all these different places, like it's some sort of jeans, 7 something, and they are entitled. When I used to work for Chrysler, if you worked for Payless Shoes, it's a silly thing, but you know, here's something that's,
Right.
here's my face, here's where I work, here's my contact. And the bottom of this is, it says my name, Marissa Red Racer Molnar. And it says exclusive automotive saleswoman of supplier discounts. Text supplier, and I give him my cell phone.
Yeah. Wow.
So
That's strong. So you as a salesperson have taken the initiative to use a program to not only benefit the dealership, but obviously to benefit you. Anyone else that you work with doing anything similar to that, yes or no?
you know what? To a certain degree, I only care about myself.
Right.
But
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
I don't know if anyone
Right.
else is doing that. I
Right.
know no one in the dealership is doing it. I know we
Right.
have our morning meetings, and they say, "Oh, reach out locally. Reach out locally.
There
you
you
know, reach out.
Yeah.
You get a."
And you physically mail that.
I physically mail that attention to. It'll be the business name, and I it's so easy.
Right.
You copy, you paste, you Google. And you go to Google Maps, and it gives you the address of the location.
Right,
And you
yeah.
go attention manager or HR.
Right.
And then in the letter, it says, I want to reach out to the benefits coordinator because we need to make sure that your people are aware of the benefits that they get by working for your company.
Right. That's awesome. Direct mail is not dead.
I tell you what,
No,
I
it
thought
just
I thought
isn't.
direct
All
mail
the
was dead.
companies offer discounts like that.
Yeah, I mean,
but-
you got
Yeah.
Hamlin and Associates. The guy's a billionaire.
Yeah.
He's one of the biggest in the country, and I'm trying to get John on the show. It would be awesome.
Did you bring your pen?
Yeah, I brought my pen.
What does they say?
I got one for him.
You got branded pens?
I got brand new
You know
pens.
what, guy? I thought I had a crap load of hats here. I only got one AutoMax hat, so only one of you got it. I'll have Joanna or somebody send out another hat to you, but I want you both to have AutoMax hats.
Besides pens, what else do you do?
What else? What else? Oh,
this
you
is
don't have it
awesome.
on, do you?
I don't. It's in
I
the
made
car.
okay. I gotta make a new one.
Oh,
So
this is
like
cool.
I
Thank
used to
you.
I have bracelets. You know how they used to have the Live Strong bracelets?
Yeah.
And mine would say "Enjoy the ride," and the other side would say "Sharing is caring." So and on the inside was my
Strong
website.
stuff, man.
And I'd have a little Jeepy. There was a little Jeepy on one side and a little peace sign and a Facebook sign or Instagram sign.
Right.
And sharing is caring. On the inside was embedded it was my website at the time. And then I used to do I still got to order it. I mean, listen, it's $600 to $1,000 startup per each dealership when I move.
Right.
If I do branding particular to that dealership, my bracelets, I don't have to do a particular brand to
Right.
it. I just
Right.
keep it simple.
All right, so that leads into my question. So at M&M Motors, what do we do with that? Do we financially support, as the owners, do we financially support the people, and wherever it is? I mean, in the body shop, the strongest body shops have someone that's super connected to all the local insurance agents and insurance companies,
yeah.
right? I mean, that's where the dough's at.
Yep.
Service advisors, in my opinion, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but in my opinion, if I own the store, they're branding themselves. Huge opportunity. Salespeople, no question. So who is it up? Now, you're picking up the whole tab for most of this stuff. Am I hearing that right or
The
no?
whole tab.
Right.
She
I don't get
She
any.
pays for everything, and that goes with salespeople.
Right.
You're a good salesperson that you want that's gonna make you money
Yeah.
will invest in themselves.
Yeah. Well, if they have skin in the game, they're probably more likely to go ahead and make it happen and make out the envelopes, pack the envelopes, make sure it gets sent out.
It's a
right?
pain. I mean, if
Right.
I had someone that can do that, because there's got to be 3,000. There's 35 pages of businesses.
Right.
Can you imagine? I mean, yeah. With Chrysler, BASF was one of them, and with BASF, you know how many people work in any of those major medical companies? My mother used to work for Travelers Insurance. She did workers' comp, and with that, she had such a huge 3-4 floors of people.
Really.
And they all eat lunch. They all talk. They all shoot what I mean, my idea would be I would send someone there. You wouldn't if it was like a BAF, if it was Chrysler, I would send someone. I would do a catered lunch for them, and then I would do 2 cars show and tell. I would have the 2 new cars. I would have like the Jeep pickup truck, the Gladiator out there, and I would have something that would be more of a family car. And I would have those 2 vehicles outside with people upstairs doing a catered lunch saying, hey, listen, I'm with this. You're entitled to these benefits. You want to check out our cars, go outside, have a smoke break, take a look at our cars. You could take a ride around the parking lot.
Boom.
Figure out the
Right.
logistics,
Right, whatever.
legality-wise. But
Right.
it's all just test drives. And you have
Yeah.
people there with iPads just registering people, and you do it like it's an arrive and drive, like it's an
Right.
education class, like for like we do with salespeople.
All right, so I don't need to know a number, even if I asked, it's none of my business. However, in my opinion, you're at a point of your career, you're potentially a 60, 70, 80 a month car person, in my opinion. It's there for you. There's, you know who Frank Criniti is and Ali Rita, right? Sell 100 a month. And
Yeah.
they're doing this thing called
They've got people who've got
Pinnacle
people.
Society. Right. Probably should start thinking about assistance, paid or unpaid, to help push you to the next level. There's zero reason somebody like you is not selling 75 cars a month, in my opinion. There's zero reason.
And we have
It's
this
there for you.
conversation. Him and I have this conversation all the time. I mean, everyone likes to think that, oh, Marissa's got to be selling 30, 40 cars a month. Really, Marissa's selling anywhere from, what do you say, about average 18 cars a month. I mean, with Chrysler, it was 18 cars a month. With this new, I haven't been there long enough. I think I did like 16 or 18 my first full month
Yeah,
in,
well, it's
in
hard
Chevy.
when you just moved.
And
yeah.
then you have January and December, which is our two worst historical months.
Of course.
Before, the
Right.
tax checks come back.
Right.
And
But
weather gets better.
you're a legit 25 car a month person.
When we were
If you've been-
when we were working together,
Yeah.
when he was getting up and closing my deals, I was
Yeah.
20, 24, 22.
Yeah.
30.
With him working.
Yeah.
With him working in
Yeah.
the dealership with me when I had his support. And I'm not talking people who are listening. He did not give me handouts. He is the worst manager to work for and be in a relationship with because
I'm
he
glad you
is
said the second
made it-
part.
relentless.
Right, make it harder on you. Probably than
and you know what I
easier,
tell him? I go, and this is what I say to my managers that I work with. I said to him to say to them, "What can I work on this month? Where am I weak? What can I work on better?" And they say, "No, you're doing great." And me and Michael have these conversations: "Is you're a pretty girl. No one wants to tell you no.
Yeah.
No one wants to tell you that there's something wrong with you. One, because you're a girl, that'd be an HR problem if they tell you, hey, listen, you know what, you need to tweak this about your personality. You know, don't be so bubbly with the customers. Maybe they're not taking you as seriously.
I hear you.
You know what I mean? And there's
Yes.
certain things like, jump in here, Mike. What do you
Yeah.
usually
We've
tell
had
me? I
that
mean,
conversation numerous times.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where you got to be standoffish a little because
Yeah.
women in the car business, if you know, I deal with it on a personal level because we are who we are.
Right.
And to brand yourself and to do all this, her cell phone's going off 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
it's tough
And
on the
sometimes
relationship.
at 11 o'clock at night, who are you texting 11 o'clock at night?
Yep.
You know, even a customer.
I hear you.
Because the customer doesn't have that, oh, let's look at this one doing this.
Yeah.
So it is a little hard. So for all
Yeah.
the female salespeople out there,
Yeah.
you have to have that,
Yeah.
you know, you want to sell them a car,
Right.
but you have to have that sort of a double standard and everything.
That's right.
But
Yeah.
we work together and
He's tough.
extremely, because that's my investment too, don't forget.
Gotcha.
We're on a little different side than what you're going to hear from the other people.
Right.
So there was other managers that would go, "Hey, you gotta ease up on her," and I'm like, "Ease up on her? No, she could do it."
And they go, Mike, she looked like she had tears in her eyes. And you know what it was? And I said to Michael, we were talking this about last night, and I said, yeah, I had tears in my eyes because I let myself down. I disappointed myself because I knew I have the skills on my tool belt. You know, I always look at things, learning and education is this way, is I want to learn not 1,000 ways to skin a cat. I want to learn 1,001 ways to skin a cat. I want to have the tool belt that when they say this, checkmate. That's how I just want to be able to, you know, pull it out and go there. And when he'll point it out and he'll call me out and say, hey, listen, you forgot you could have done this, you know, and I missed the technique. And that's where I'll get upset, you know, and get a little girly is because I let myself down because I could have made that deal.
Gotcha.
Your biggest enemy is who?
Yourself.
Fact.
Because you get in your own head and your head's where the sun don't shine.
I'm sorry, guys. This is so rude. But
So Michael, I mean, what would you say to women, like who are in the car industry and they want to get better, but they don't know how to get better if they don't feel like they have the guidance in the workplace?
one of the things that I've done with Marissa is, and for all the women out there, it's a rough place for you, a rough business. I'll be the first one to tell you that. You got to have what we talk about all the time, and what she's mastered is the why technique. Why are you saying that to me? Why do you do this? Why are you asking for that? And another thing that we worked on that women could work on is nip it in the bud. You know, she would get these texts, and she'd be like, look at this text. And it was about it. Now, we're all guys, so it was about a car, but not about a car.
Right. They're hitting on her.
Yes.
Yes. So she would look at me and go, well, what do I say? I said, you say this, boom, done. One sentence.
Give
Right.
give the girls a sentence that, like, when if they are doing the social
This
media
is
and they
good.
are posting online, and you know, we as women, yes, we can use our pretty face to get the attention, and then we use our words and our contents to hold the attention. And you know that's why I've probably been on some shows and this and that, is because I can get the audience.
Right.
It's the gray area,
And
which we
it's-
talked about before in there, and I talk about with her. You got to take the gray area out of it, and that's what she does. Where I tell her, you need to text them and just say, oh, this is how it is. That's it.
Mike,
Thank you.
give a line. Give a line. Girls need a content. Like, he'll give me the line like Marissa. Tell him, hey, listen, like, say if it's something after, like, working hours. Listen, I'm sitting down to dinner with my family. Me and my husband are watching a show. Even if you don't have a husband, you don't have a girlfriend, you don't have a wife.
Yes.
You're here for business. You're not here for. That's
For
what
monkey
Tinder
business.
is. That's what
Yes.
what Tinder's for. That's what Bumble and Bumble are for.
Right.
And you. This
I
is
say to
business.
her, you know, if somebody texts her late at night, one is I tell her, you don't respond until the morning, business hours.
That's a real good strategy.
Because people
Real
are texting you at night for going back to that why factor.
Okay.
Why would you respond to somebody at 11:30 at night?
That's right, dude.
Like, I had a guy.
They're hinting for something. So
Yeah.
then I would tell her
Yeah.
also,
Good point.
6, 7 o'clock at night on her night off or her day off. Somebody texts her.
Yeah.
Say, hey, I'm going to help you to the best of my ability. I happen to be off today. I'll get back to you this time tomorrow.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Not a, you know,
Right.
oh, well, maybe I'll call you later. I'll get back to you this time tomorrow.
Right.
But she will get back to them where the other people might forget.
Yeah.
And you just
Yeah.
got to cut it off immediately.
And I
Yeah.
was always the person that, like, there's no day like today, no time like right now. Let's do the deal. Let's get the business done. And I would always want, like, I had a guy asking me from Vegas about a Dodge Demon, signing up and getting one of those. And that was at like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. He was over watching, I think, the big fight that lasted like all of 3 seconds, I think. But
Oh, the
Yeah.
no, okay.
Conor McGregor?
the Colin
Yeah.
McGregor fight, yeah. So he was asking me about the Demon, and it was a conversation that went on, and then it got to the point where it sounded like the guy was drunk or belligerent. As women, and in the person to person, you know, selling, you don't want to be mean or nasty to a customer, and but you have to create healthy boundaries.
Yeah.
You know, like if you have a customer that's trying to reach across your leg to touch a button, there needs to be healthy boundaries there.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know.
like a right cross.
You got it, like I told her, and for all the women out there, Mike Pileggi, how are you? You got to nip it in the bud as soon as it happens.
Yeah, man.
And early. And
Yeah.
you got to set
And-
those boundaries. One of the
Yeah.
biggest things, like, and I don't know, you know, her, and it really wasn't that much her, they fear not to get the sale. Well, just to let you
Yes.
know, if somebody's texting
What do you mean?
they fear like if they don't answer them or maybe
Someone
play a
else.
little,
Okay,
they're going to
okay,
buy
yeah.
the car somewhere else.
Okay, yeah,
You
yeah.
never had that sale to begin with.
Right. Right.
Stop.
Correct.
It's the guy that comes in and says, who wants to help me? I got cash. I'm going to pay for a car right now.
That they need to buy.
9 out of 10 times, nobody buys.
Whoa, where's the green pea?
Yes, but
Yeah.
with
Oh,
her,
look who just came in.
Right.
you know, and any women in the industry could reach out to her, you know, and ask her, and we deal with it all the time.
Yeah.
And it was rough in the beginning because she felt she had to answer everybody.
Yeah.
You know, you text, you got to answer.
Yeah.
And there's certain times of night,
Right.
yeah, you answer in the morning.
Right.
You know, and somebody comes in and says, hey, you know, or they're buying a car, and the next thing you know, they're saying, hey, can we meet? Can we go do this?
Yeah.
And one of the biggest things for women in the industry, too, and me and her went at it a few times with that, is today's day and age, everything's about social media, and you have to make the buyer work on their time because everybody's busy. So a lot of people
Okay,
now are
okay.
taking cars to show people.
Yeah.
She's one of the biggest ones who used to do that.
I know.
And
Because
I
the
would
dealers
tell
let
her,
me. And
"Are
I said,
you-
okay, I'll make the deal.
Are you out of your mind going
know,
by
man.
yourself to go serve somebody a car?
I know.
And your manager who let you do that,
Yeah, I know.
he should be punched in the face.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense.
I know. It sucks, man, because business-wise, that's the way it should be. Business-wise. That's another reason for you to get an assistant.
See, and here's the other thing here.
Have a guy take the car out.
And where's our business going? You know, our business is getting more digital. The
No doubt.
standalone dealerships are going to be a thing of the past. Give it some time. It's going to be
They're getting gobbled up.
It's going to be like an Amazon. The car business, give it 20 years, 25 years. You know, our industry is a little bit of a slow moving, but with the internet and, you know, as the old car buyers start fading out, we're gonna be hitting that millennial thing where it's I want it now. When can it be here?
Yep.
Click buy.
Yep.
You know, especially with new cars. I think the only reason why people are going to end up having to go to dealerships is going to be maybe credit-related issue people,
Possibly.
or someone who's extremely buried.
Possibly.
You know,
Although
used car market will be healthy.
Carvana's taken a big hit here recently, which I'm all about seeing. But
Yeah.
people are still going to want to. I don't know, man. Maybe it's wishful thinking, and it's part of my, how I make a living. Still going to want a personal experience of some sort. Always, to some degree. I don't know what it's going to look like. I mean, if it's up to Elon Musk, we're all going to have neural links in our brain somehow. And I mean, obviously, who knows? But and probably sooner.
I'll take the flamethrower.
Right?
I'll take that. I'll buy the flamethrower any day.
Yeah, man. Wouldn't that be awesome?
Give me a big pile of snow.
I want stuff like that in here, man. Would you guys go to Mars with no way back? That's pretty out there, right?
Probably not.
It's you and me.
Yeah.
Is there
No,
life?
thanks.
Is there life on Mars? Well, there will
No. Yeah, there will be.
I like an
someday.
ocean.
Yeah. I don't
Yeah.
know. There's no water on Mars.
be.
I
There's
guess.
no water.
Yeah.
But
All right.
yeah.
So this is interesting topic. I got to. I need to do another spot. I'm going to
Okay.
a call-in spot, and then I got to pee here in a minute. Actually, for those.
Mike
of
and
you,
I'll just interview ourselves.
There you go. Let me find Hunter here. This is Hunter Swift. He's the vice president of sales for Dealer World, and my friend Troy Sprang. Let me call him right now.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Swift. It's Craig Lockard. You are live on the Recruiter Podcast. How are you today, young man?
Doing great. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for being on. Thank you for being a sponsor of the show, you and Dealer World. So we're having a great time here. I don't know if you've been able to catch any of the show. It's freaking awesome today.
Yeah, this is an awesome show, like always, though.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was great having you on. When the heck was that, man? It seems like, what was that, 4, 5, 6 weeks ago you were on
Yeah,
the show?
I think it was number 39. What number are you on today?
47, maybe?
Man.
Well, we're coming up on our anniversary. I got to get your boss, Mr. Spring. I talked to him the other day on the phone and get him on because he was on the first podcast. So I'd like to.
Number one.
Yeah, he was number one. So I'd like to get him on for the anniversary show. So him and I have been talking about that. Matter of fact, him and I were texting yesterday about the stock market. So interesting conversations. But at any rate, the reason I'm talking to you today is about, in my opinion, no baloney, not because you guys send us $1 bazillion for sponsorship money, but because I really mean this and because I love you guys. In my opinion, the number one, legit, no kidding, the best, I don't know how you measure number one, so I'll change it to the best automotive advertising agency, performance agency there is in the country, bar none, period, end of story. What I need you to talk to about our audience in dealers is why what I just said the truth. Why are you guys so effective, so terrific in the is really life changing for the dealers that you service? Why is that, Hunter?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's kind of similar how you do the podcast and why you're doing the podcast. I don't think you're doing this podcast to become famous and rich and make all this money. But at the end of the day, you like helping people. You like helping salespeople. You like helping dealers. At our core, we like helping dealers. We know that they need leads. They need traffic. They need to be successful. So, like you, we just like to help dealers. And because of that and because of our commitment, we have been very successful at what we do. We're a full-service ad agency that specializes in digital, social, and traditional advertising. And that includes everything from SEO and paid search and social media advertising, even to radio, TV, direct mail, email, banners, creative. I mean, we pretty much do it all. But, one of the things that kind of make us stand out, apart from the fact that we really like to help dealers, is, we charge less than other agencies. We're a flat fee agency. We don't charge a percentage of your ad spend or media buys. For most dealerships, we're able to save, 10, 15, 20% of their total ad budgets just by a reduction in fees. And again, the reason that we do that is not necessarily because we don't want to make money, but we want to make recommendations on what's best for the dealership. And we just feel it's a conflict of interest if we get anything for our recommendations. And the litmus test I always say is, is your agency, do they ever come to you and say that you should be spending less money? Very rarely have I ever heard anyone say that, but we might make recommendations to spend less or to spend more because we want to manage the dealership's advertising budget and help them get the best ROI. But, we're a small boutique size agency, not too far from where you're at in Lehighton, Pennsylvania. Because of our size and, our overhead, it allows us to keep those costs low, but it also allows us to focus on retention. It allows us to have more in-depth conversations about strategy and have a really good, strong agency-dealer relationship. So, we can provide that individual attention to each one of our clients. So we don't do generic content. We don't do cookie-cutter strategies. What we do for each dealership is really unique for them. And because of that, we're car guys. We like to help dealerships. And at the end of the day, if you really care about, working with a partner that really is invested, we're that dealership, and we can live up to the expectation that you said of, being a great agency.
Right, and I forget the exact number, so and forgive me if I get this screwed up, but I know you're a very humble person, as is Troy, but you guys have grown, and you're in Fortune Top 5,000 companies and fastest growing companies in the country, and I know some of that behind the scenes data, but so you guys are pretty big and growing, but what is the ratio customer to Dealer World team member? Is it 2 to 1 or
2 to 1? Yeah.
Okay.
So we have about 2 employees for every dealership that we currently work with. Most of our dealerships have one main point of contact, one performance manager that, no joking, they have access to 24/7. They text the performance manager at all hours of night in order to get things done. But yeah, you're not calling into support. You're not having to talk to somebody new and tell them about your story. What we're dealing with on a day-to-day basis is stuff that's been built over weeks and months, really about understanding your business and trying to help you succeed. And you don't have the time to call up somebody and then start over and tell the story and the backstory. So that, we have that ability because of our size, and obviously, we sponsor the show, and, we try to do some things so that we can generate some business, but we don't do a lot of proactive advertising. You don't see our ads.
Nope.
I might personally post a lot of stuff on my social media, but, at the end of the day, we're slow and steady. We love to help dealers, but we're not in the point where, we don't have 200, 300 clients, and it's so busy that we can't provide that individual attention. So, slow and steady wins the race. And, we obviously would like to add more customers, but at the same time, we want to make sure that we retain what's really important. And, if you do talk to our clients, the 2 things that I always hear is, they really feel like they are our only client.
Exactly.
Or, like they are our only client, and that we often exceed expectations. And so, that's one of our mantras. I mean, we really try to provide value, and with so many vendors out there that are taking advantage of dealerships and, third-party lead providers and all these things that aren't helping, we just want to provide good quality service, help the dealership, drive leads, be there for when they need. And, I have CRM experience. Troy has automotive experience. We have all this stuff. We do so much stuff even outside of advertising to help our clients. And we do that because of our size and what we can do and our commitment to help dealers. So yeah, it's been a great little run here.
Hunter, how, if a dealer's interested, managers are listening, and so forth, what's the best way for them to proceed to get a hold of you? Because you do, I hope I don't screw this up, they're complimentary, what's it called? Complimentary
audits.
Audits,
I do a lot of audits. Yeah. So one of the things that we, again, just our way to give back, we perform a lot of marketing audits. And what we do, all we need is a copy of your ad budget and view-only access to Google Analytics. And what we usually find is that Google Analytics isn't set up correctly. You're not getting good tracking and reporting, and your ad account's not connected. Search console is not connected. You don't have goals and conversions, and all this stuff might go over most dealerships' head. But we look at the data and making sure that, one, you're tracking the things that you need to track. Make sure you're not spending money or wasting money on lead providers or Google or Facebook and not getting a good ROI. That's a free service that we provide to our dealers. And usually during this audit, we're able to uncover some things, and we get to share our expertise, and then we can recommend, suggestions in regards to that. And, obviously if we can provide that fix, I'd love to. But, a lot of times we do audits, they're in long-term contracts, or maybe they have an in-house team, or it's a corporate agency that they have. They still reach out to us. We provide the audit. They can send it back. Again, it's just our way of providing help. So if you would like an audit, you can email me directly. My name is Hunter Swift. You can go to hunterswift@mydealerworld.com. You can call me on my cell phone, 949-351-3036. But what your guests were just talking about, don't text me at night. I'm not going to text you at 11:30 at night. but reach out, leave a voicemail if I don't answer the phone. And then if you just want overall general information about our agency, you can go to mydealerworld.com.
Great. Hunter, thanks so much. And if you don't mind, if you could put all your contact information on the stream, on the Facebook stream or something, so people can get a hold of you, and we'll take advantage of that. Thank you so much for your time this morning, dude. Really appreciate your friendship, and Troy and the whole team at Dealer World. You guys really do rock, and we appreciate you very much.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, man. Have a good one.
You too.
There you are. MyDealerWorld.com. They really are freaking awesome people, man. They are just like, they're a great, I don't know who you guys are with. Might be worth a call. They are awesome advertising agency. They're amazing. They go way beyond everything, but whatever. But they're terrific. So let's get back to M&M Motors here. So where were we at? Branding.
We were in branding, right, Michael?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
I'm up.
So what? So do we settle? Does the dealer participate some? Do they kick in a few bucks, or is it all the employees' financial responsibility? What do you guys think about that?
So with the Nielsen Auto Group, at least when I used to work for them, they actually would help you with the branding. So they were paired up with, I forget what company it was, but I think it was something that Sean Hayes has some interest in.
Who would that
I think
be?
it's the branding company he's with.
Yeah. Crap. Drawing a blank.
Ooh,
I
that's
know
not
who you
good
mean.
for us.
No. Crap.
Sorry, Sean.
Yeah, sorry, man.
We do love you.
Yeah. OH. He's originally from Ohio, so.
He's an OG, too.
Yes. Shoot, what is... whatever. But whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sean, please, someone plug in there.
Yeah.
And
forget the name
so
of it.
yeah, so basically people come in and they would set you up with like your own website, your own little e-card, and just kind of like a little branding package. I already had my own, so I didn't feel that I needed that.
Right.
I think it was either the dealership assumed all costs, or it was like a startup cost for the salesperson.
Right.
Just kind of like how they have dealership shirts. and they charge you
Okay.
like they
Take it
give you
out of
2
your-
free, and then they charge you for like the other 3, that kind of stuff. So the branding side of it with all that, listen, I'm starting to touch my toe into this whole TikTok thing.
You know what? We are, as a company, going to start later this week or next week. Because I had Kobe Fryer, who's social media director for the Matt Blatt dealerships.
Mm-hmm.
And he told me his first video on TikTok, 30,000 views.
Michael, how many views did your TikTok video get?
I beat that.
Are you serious, dude?
Yeah.
What was it? What was the content? Is
Well,
it
being
something
at-
goofy or something?
Yeah, being that you guys have went there, if you go on my Facebook
We
page
went
and
there.
see old photos of me,
Yeah.
Yes, the photo that you posted recently
Yeah.
was the old Michael.
the old Michael, if you look at
Which
the
one?
head,
The two of you together?
Yeah.
That one? That
Yeah,
picture?
that one.
was a great
Right.
picture. So I thought, that's cool.
Yeah.
went to see this gentleman named Phil Does Hair out of Manhattan.
Phil Buzzhair?
Phil Does Hair.
Phil
Oh.
does. Okay, Instagram.
Instagram,
We're gonna
sorry,
plug
man.
you, Phil.
Phil,
we
we
go,
love
Phil.
you.
Instagram, TikTok.
Phil Does Hair.
Phil
look
Does
up
Hair.
Phil Does Hair.
All right. So he's a barber stylist.
He's a piece guy. This is a piece.
Oh, okay.
Hair
gotcha.
piece.
So the
Gotcha.
Wigs
first
type
thing I
things.
did was a TikTok for him doing a hairpiece.
Good content,
And
dude.
it's well
That's good.
over 400,000.
They show him.
Seriously.
Let me paint a picture for you guys. So here's Michael sitting in the chair, happy as all anything, and the guy starts shaving the top of his head. So male pattern baldness, it's a real thing.
Yes.
And there is a cure, and the cure is Phil Does Hair. So what he does is he first shaves the top of your head, and then they take a hairpiece. And they measure it and size it up, cut it up
yeah.
to fit your head.
Yeah.
They use, I have a hairdresser background, just to let you know. I'm a licensed hairdresser in Jersey.
What
So
don't you do, dude? It's like, this
it's-
list is long.
It's actually how I
man.
paid my way through college. Is I was a hairdresser at the time, and then when the market crashed, and that's where I went back to originally. So anyhow, they tape it up or they glue it on, whichever way, and the piece lasts for you get like 4 or 5 weeks out of it in most of the time, at least 2 weeks to 5 weeks out of the hairpiece, and you know what? It's helped sales. He sold me.
So, you have a.
Yeah, he's
That's
wearing
not your
a
real
piece.
hair?
That's
No
not his real
way.
hair. No.
Get the F out of here.
Nope.
Zero way I would ever.
Everybody.
Zero
Everybody.
way.
And he can-
most of
and
the
he can
time
wear
I
a
work,
blown
I
back.
wear a pushback, everything, and
Zero way I would ever know. Let's plug this dude again. What's his name?
Phil Does Hair.
Phil Does Hair. Instagram, TikTok.
TikTok.
Facebook.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about Facebook.
I don't think he's on
He's
Facebook.
a big TikToker and Instagrammer.
Oh, big
It's
guy.
the newest thing in
Yeah. And
I'm not sure if it's all around,
And
but
he's a
like
good one though. He blends in the hairpiece with your hair.
Specializes in short
dye it.
hair.
He does a lot of short hair, and then he does salt and pepper. He's got a lot of salt. Like the piece
Yeah,
he
there's-
has right
there's
now.
all gray in here.
There's salt and
No
pepper. You
shit.
couldn't
That's
tell,
Crazy.
and it blends in. I can go and I cut his hair. I could do the hair piece. I know how to put it on and off and everything.
Get
and
out.
Even if you weren't a licensed hairdresser, he works with a guy who has
Yeah.
a hair piece too.
Yeah. And so this is something that you go. Okay, so
His mind has just been blown.
it is a little bit blown. I got to admit, man. So like this is something you go get done regularly, or you get it done once and then you
I'll
do the
maintain
maintenance.
them. Yeah, I'll do the maintenance with them.
Okay.
So we'll go into the city. So like the initial cost is upwards closer between $5 and a G.
Yeah. Shit,
But
that's
you're
a
getting
bargain
you're
for
getting
hair?
your hair, you're getting hair, you're getting a haircut, and they do a damn good job. Like I'm good hair, but damn, the last time she did a really good job. But yeah, they do them up. They do them up.
I'm blown.
And-
My mind
and-
is blown.
it's the newest thing, and many people think it's just so much money. First, you got to
Sure.
find the right guy.
Right.
I mean, this
right,
guy.
Right.
You
We
go
were
to
there.
you go to this guy, and it's I could care less about being discreet. Not that you ever thought that I'm shy about it. I could
Yeah.
care less.
Yeah. It does. Yeah. You don't come across
But
shy, dude.
you go there.
It's so
And
private.
it's so private. There's, you get the people that come. They got sunglasses on. They got the hat on.
Oh,
And
seriously?
Like,
he was
high
telling me because
affluent
you're
people.
talking. He does some high end TV. You don't know.
There's
Nobody
people,
knows
people
anymore.
in the music industry.
Yeah. Is
Big,
that right?
big time music industry.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You know?
And the guy is just. You go there. You sit down with him. It's fun.
Yeah.
Has consultations all the time. Sometimes when we're there, he's like, "Can I bring a consultation?" And you guys don't care. And we're like, "No." And then the
He'll
joy
be doing
is
3 people
she
at a time,
maintains
same
it
thing.
for me.
Yeah.
So I don't have to. But even if you had to go, I think he charges like under $150 for a haircut and to replace it and to do everything.
This is in the city. Do you
You're
remember the
talking
address, Michael?
Once a month. I don't. It's
in
uptown. It's on
in
2nd
Manhattan?
Avenue. It's in Manhattan. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've always said if I lose my hair, I'll spend whatever. If it's 50 grand,
mean,
it's 50 grand.
And I've
But it's
seen
like-
guys with plugs on
Yeah.
in this industry, and it's like you can tell
Yeah.
this is a seamless job.
I have zero.
And
Everybody.
the
Zero.
confidence. I mean, this guy has confidence that can blow over
Yeah.
an elephant.
Yeah.
But now you've got extra confidence.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. I'm actually letting my hair grow out. I'm going to go one last shot. I'm going to let it go like long.
Hippie.
Funny you say that because he just posted an Instagram a couple of weeks
Mm-hmm.
ago. I said to her where he actually bald himself.
Ah.
So if you see him, he has hair.
Right.
And a couple of weeks ago, he got one. The hairpiece was down real long, like back in the '80s.
Yeah.
And I said to her, I was like, "Riss, I'm gonna go do this."
Yeah.
She's like, "Oh no, you're not."
No, and I got veto.
Yeah.
Right. Like
I was
hockey,
like, all right, Kenny G, let's
Yeah.
go.
like mullet hockey haircut, right?
Yes.
Yeah, mullet. That's interesting.
Party in the back.
All right. Oh, man, that's funny. So yeah, TikTok.
So yeah, the TikTok,
Yeah.
the strategic planning with the TikTok thing is, I'm finding that most people are 30 and under that are actually using that.
Right.
So if you think of the people who are 30 and under, think of what their income is. People who are 30 and under
Right.
have a ton of student debt. They're probably
Yep.
renting,
Yep.
and they probably don't have too much money for a car.
Right.
So I would actually target used cars towards those people because they're going to be
point.
first-time car buyers as well. You can't
Yep.
really get them done on their own on a lease. So.
Yeah.
I started
Smart.
doing I did a TikTok yesterday. I don't know how much I can go into it. Like,
Yeah.
as in, like, I'm a really funny person.
Right.
I mean, I'm really corny. I'm the
Right.
funniest person to myself.
Right.
I don't know if other people think I'm funny.
It doesn't
So,
matter.
I entertain myself. I mean, that's really the whole reason I
Well-
like putting myself on camera is I entertain myself.
Right.
I don't do it for the likes and listen, to a certain point, if people don't know I exist, how are they ever going to buy a car from me and ask for me when they walk in the door?
They cannot.
No. This is why I have the marketing paper, the strategy that I'm going to try implementing and see if the auto alert's been working for me. I do those printouts. But long story short, I did the TikTok.
Right.
And I just, I'm going to play. I like doing my little southern accent. And I get up there and I say, well, everybody knows that if a customer needs to get done, they don't have that good credit and all.
Go, girl.
That you gotta get them done. And usually that's going to be a Nissan Altima. And I just decided to do one of those. And I say, here you go. I got this brand spanking 2013 Nissan Altima. It's got buttons. Oh, it's so funny. I went into it. I'm
Dude,
like,
that's
it's got this
awesome.
button. I hit the trunk release button. No lie, it didn't work. I was like, I kept on clicking it. And
Even
then I
better.
I know. I stopped the TikTok and I go back and I hit the trunk button and I go, trunk release. Hey, look, it's got another button. Look, hey, get on in. And I'm like, look, there's room for about 3 dead bodies. Pull this lever and nothing happens. It was so funny. Like, I pulled the lever and nothing happened. I'm like, pull this lever and nothing happens till you get to the
man.
other side. When you get to the other side, just tug.
That's
I'm like,
classic, dude. I love
oh,
it.
and his kids are so funny. They're like, don't do it. No, if you're ever on the For You page, I'm going to block you. I don't want to see you do
Sorry,
well.
they said that?
Oh, they were. I was like, but I need help. I go to Elizabeth. I said, Elizabeth, I go, how do I see this TikTok and I
Right.
think it's really funny. I like the
Right.
way that they cut the pieces and made the video. And I said,
Right.
Elizabeth, help me make that video.
Right.
We took about 20 minutes just trying to pick a song. It's the pitfalls of dealing with a teenager and trying to do a TikTok.
Yeah, good
Because they're
point.
like so fixated. I'm like, I don't care. I'm like,
Right.
I go, I don't
Doesn't
want any.
matter.
I really don't want any cursing in it.
Right.
Because and it's like, but here's my dilemma in doing TikTok with the dealership. The TikTok is you're dealing with people who are 30 and younger. You're
Okay.
dealing towards people who have the attention span of fish, and you're dealing with people who are just scrolling, and the only thing that catches their attention is something funny. And
Right.
if you're not doing something funny within the first 3 seconds,
Yeah.
they're gonna flip to the next page. I sit and I
Okay.
watch the girls. They just do this on their phone. And I'm like, even him. I go, how do you go that fast through a phone?
They literally are
But that
doing that.
attention span is like, and it's like you watch the kids, like people who are adults and have your own children. Pay attention to what
I
they're
have
doing.
no attention span.
Right.
I know. Next. and that's the thing. Like, watch what your kids are doing. Pay attention to what they're liking and what they're looking at, because guess what? In 5 years, they can buy cars.
Mm-hmm.
And if they can buy cars in 5 years, and this is what they're finding entertaining, the
That's right,
chances
man.
are nothing's going to change until after 25. Because the same things I liked at 18, I liked at 25.
That's right.
You know, and just look at what gets a lot of views too if you don't have kids.
Wow, that's interesting. That is really interesting. Now, do you use, like with Instagram, hashtags are very important, and LinkedIn as well. TikTok, same thing? Hashtag? Is that?
I'm still getting there. It's kind of like I'm noticing it. I've been using it for like a week and sporadically.
Okay.
I'm feeling that it's like Twitter when it first started. You only had 140 characters.
Oh, is that what it-
You're limited. You can't tag yourself. That you can do in Instagram. Instagram, you could tag yourself.
Right.
And a little tidbit for people. So with Instagram, do the hashtags and everything as big as you can. And when you do that, are you watching my video?
No, his.
Oh, that's your video. Yeah. So
Awesome.
you're such a distraction.
Dude. Yeah. Sorry, Marissa.
No, it's Michael.
That is
It's not
cool.
you. It's the thing I'm always with here. The big distraction. But yeah, so what was I talking about?
Well, I asked you about hashtags. Oh, you're
yeah,
talking
hashtags.
about.
So if you do on Instagram, you can layer your hashtags and layer your @s. And
what do you mean by layering?
so the logistical side of it is basically a big hashtag or a big like say if it's @Craig,
Right.
the bigger it is, the more likely it's going to get picked up in the feeds.
Okay. Gotcha.
And in the
Okay.
hashtag world.
Okay.
So you can actually layer them on top of each other. So like what I do with mine, I'll layer my hashtag on top of Grand Prize, on top of a Chevy official
gotcha,
or whatever
gotcha.
it is, and
Yep.
like local things, and I'll just cover them up because it still disseminates the same way. But
Okay.
say I really just want to hashtag the dealership,
Yeah.
but I also want to be known in maybe some local forums, like the local
Right.
tri-state area
Right.
Chevy group or something. I could just layer
Which is
them,
smart.
so I'm not flooded. Like I could take up a whole page of hashtags and @s.
Yes.
So I mean that's
Gotcha.
a little thing to.
Well, that's exciting. I'm glad I'm glad we talked about that because that's something personally as a company we're going to look at using. I think that's interesting. That is really interesting.
Yeah.
Probably wouldn't be a bad place to advertise job opportunities, and make them funny.
You got to be funny.
Yeah.
You got to be
Gotta
funny.
be funny.
It's almost like you got to be non-topical.
Right, and
Like
then
you just
you can
subliminal.
move those to Twitter then too, right? Or would you share it to Twitter?
I'm not familiar with it. You
Yeah,
can
'cause
share. You could share from TikTok to Instagram.
Okay.
But I don't think it's clickable to direct you to TikTok.
Okay.
Which I'm kind of I have to
weird.
listen. I usually try to do about 10 hours of research.
Right.
before I could like speak
Right.
with some
Right.
sophistication.
Right.
So I'm actually at the scratch of the surface, toe
Gotcha.
dipping.
Gotcha.
So I'm just starting to. I mean, because Gary Vaynerchuk wasn't about TikTok. I always
Yeah.
thought it was a kids thing.
Right.
And now I'm starting to hear, all right, well, it's 30 and under. Well,
Yep.
30 and under are car buyers.
Yeah, that's right. It's a big,
So
big audience
and not
for
only
all of
that,
us.
guys, even if it's the 18 and under demographic, guess what? They have parents.
Yep.
And when kids find a TikTok that's funny
Right.
and is
Mom,
not
Dad.
profane, they actually share it with their parents, or say you have it that the kid's watching and it's like, "Hi there, there's a button. Look at that. Look at that." And you think it's funny, you share it with your parents, you share it with someone, you don't know with
right.
the internet age who this is going to get shared with.
That's right.
So-
Absolutely right.
You take a shot in the dark. I try to be funny. I don't know how a dealership's going to take that, because a dealership wants to take a professional standpoint on things, but you have to look at your demographic at the end
Yeah.
of the day, too.
Well, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of Facebook videos I see of salespeople singing, guitars, dancing, whatever. It's a full
Bill
production.
Hav is one of the
so-
greatest.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. Whatever works, right?
I mean, and that's the thing. Is
Within
you got to
reason.
get there. You got to go where the attention is.
Right. So what I mean, I would assume as owner of a dealership, having a monthly branding budget or advertising budget, however, my marketing
I've been
budget.
having this conversation too lately.
I
Yeah.
mean, it couldn't hurt if they don't take advantage of it. You pull it, right? I guess. But I think as an owner, I think I would attempt that at the very least.
Let me ask you
I would
this.
think.
Now, isn't the rule of thumb? It's about like 500 per person, like
Yeah,
about
that's what I've
$500
heard.
spent per
Yep.
per acquisition.
Yep.
You know, and you look at Facebook Marketplace. I actually, I was getting desperate because the up bus is not. There's not many going
Right.
to this station.
Right.
And so I took out Facebook marketing ads, and within
Smart.
36 hours, within 4 days, I got 36 leads, and my cost per customer was $5 per lead. So I think I was all in, I think it was 160 and maybe another, whatever it is, you do the math. But I was at least $160 into it. But here's the other thing is, here I am, I'm trying to, this is where an assistant would be great, because I could say, here's the printout of the names and the numbers.
There you go.
Put them in, log them in,
There you go.
and just give them a call
Yeah.
and see what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, because I'm calling these people, and I got a Jamaican dude who's like,
Right.
I just hit a button.
Right.
I go, man, you had to type in your phone number, your first name, and an email. What do you mean you just hit a button? Like, you don't know what you were doing? You gave all your information on an ad. Because, and I want to be able to reach out to you.
Right.
And
Right.
some of the deals, they make sense. A lot of the people were Spanish, and I can't, no comprende, señor.
Right. Yeah. You, if you want, and I'm sure this would be okay with him. When was Kobe and Jay on? They were on last week. Whatever. But again, I think I just mentioned this. But Kobe Fryer's the social media director for Matt Blatt dealership. So there's no competition.
Yeah.
He is brilliant with this type of thing. He would have no problem with you reaching out to him and picking his brain, because they do heavy business with Facebook Marketplace.
The Kia?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see a lot of their people.
yeah.
I see a lot of their people on social media.
They're strong. We had one of the salespeople in that's, we're going to have him on again. We gave him the goal of 50. He's got to be a 50-car guy. So, and he's legit. I think the guy's going to do it. It's awesome, sweet guy. But shout out to Jay. So, yeah, reach out to Kobe. He would be happy to help you, like free. I mean, he's
Yeah.
an awesome person.
And going back to the marketing, I would have a dedicated person that would just handle, not
Yes.
necessarily handwritten letters, but like another thing, Vistaprint guys. You invest. This was, I don't know, $42. I think I got like 100 run or something like that.
Yeah.
And you design it, and this is how I designed it here.
Let me look.
Here, you got one there. I got the other one here, and it's a thank you. And I could pick and choose when I want to send these out, because I dated it, and it just says thank you. I could put the address in the bottom there where it says thanks, and the back says thank you
Gotcha.
for visiting Grand Prize in Nanuet and making your first purchase from me. We're glad that you found what you were looking for. It is my goal that you are always happy with what you bought from me. So please let me know if your buying experience was anything short of excellent. I look forward to seeing you again for your first service. And don't forget about our referral program that puts money in your mailbox. Enjoy the
Good.
ride. So this I can always left some room at the bottom where I can personalize it, where it's like, hey, I hope
Yep.
Gunner's doing okay, and how so and so, and I could put their name up at the top, and then if they wanted to share it, I can encourage sharing, and then there's my hours and my contact down below. But
That's awesome. And then okay,
doing
is
something
this
like that, this is something I would give out either 1 month out from purchase,
this
2
goes
months
in
out.
envelope, or
Nah.
is this
No,
as a
I could
postcard?
I could just put it right down here.
Oh, okay.
I left it so I could just do it here.
Okay.
And then I'll just run it through the stamp machine. I mean,
All right,
I
cool.
can put it through an envelope if I
Right.
wanted to do it through an
Nah,
envelope.
don't need
but
the
I
extra
really
expense.
didn't feel the cost.
No, I think, and without being an envelope, probably you have a bigger chance of getting read, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good. Yeah. This is a nice piece, dude. I like this a lot. Vistaprint does this for you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
and then I
awesome.
got the
That's
personal
good.
business cards, but I'm all out of those. Mike, you have any of those?
That's
Those are the
awesome.
best.
That's a good piece.
My personal
Can I hold
business
on to
cards are
this?
like ninja chucks.
Can I hold on to this?
Yeah, that you can have both of them. That's fine.
Thanks. Awesome.
Yeah, I don't have any of my business cards. Those I have. I got a lined in red in between. I love
Go
it though.
figure.
It's so funny because now I got it blue because I work for Chevy. So it's like a 3-piece card. It's like the wedge in the middle is red. So like when I give it to a customer,
Oh, okay.
sometimes you see them and they start picking it. They're like, "Oh, there's 2 cards here," and they start picking apart. And
Interesting.
I get entertained by small things sometimes. Then
Yeah, but just and we'll get. And I don't want to beat up on the subject, but yeah, but an assistant, because every college. I mean, these people.
Yes,
there's
college
people who
grads.
would do it for no money, just to put on their resume. What
that they worked for a dealership and did.
Absolutely.
I would take it in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
And that's the question, because like I don't mind. I mean, I have my own we have our own business made up, Arrante Management LLC. But like, if I can hire
like it.
someone within the dealership, like I'm okay with hiring someone that's not part of the dealership, and I could
Right.
have it that like, listen, for me and my
okay,
coworker
good.
would split the cost. We already talked about it. Him and I would split the cost of having someone for 2-3 times a week, just to do just these little tasks, like just paperwork stuff. I mean, if I had someone that could just do the paperwork, if I could go and sell a car, someone says yes, and then I had someone that sat down and did all the pre-finance documents.
Right.
That can free me up to go and greet another customer and make another sale.
Right.
And while I have my little guy, that's the little girl who's entertaining my customers and doing that, because in the state of New York is different than doing a deal in the state of New Jersey. Because New York with DMV, the car actually has to physically go through inspection on a new car purchase.
Really?
Yes, and
I
then
wasn't aware
everything's
of
like
that.
it has to physically go through an inspection, and then that document has to be done and then provided to finance. Finance has to put it in that the car passed inspection in order to process the DMV. So they can't
Well,
even
how do you
can't
s-
even do a 10 precision or
How do you
anything in New
spot
York.
it then?
There's always somebody
It's
in
4
the back.
hours,
I'm in New Jersey, by the way.
but he
Dover
worked in
Dodge.
New York.
Right.
When I worked in New York, it was
How did I not know
it was
this?
crazy. Especially being from Jersey, where
Yeah.
there was no
Yeah.
such thing as a deposit. You took a car, you didn't take a car.
Yeah. A what?
And then when I went to New York, they were like, "Oh, we got to get it inspected." I said, "What are you talking about? Slap a sticker on."
Right.
And they got to take it around, and it actually goes through the machine like every other car.
No kidding. How did I not
I mean, they
know
go for
this?
recalls too if there is a recall. But I
Right.
mean, like, but they got to plug the damn thing in, and it takes forever. Because if I go
Whoa.
and my manager doesn't put in the RO for
Right.
a delivery, for a
Right.
spot delivery right then and there,
Right.
and then the guy, whatever he's doing, because we only have one or two lot guys.
Right.
So if they're doing something else and helping the guys with detail, it may take him 10, 15 minutes to come up to the desk to get
Right.
the key for the car that's going to get the spot delivery. So now you've got 15 minutes. I already have half my deal put together because I already collected all the paperwork off the bat. All I
Right.
need him to sign is 5 things and then do the OnStar stuff or the Uconnect stuff if it was Chrysler. But it becomes a time-consuming And there's so many hands that go through it that someone could drop the ball pretty easy.
I had, along those lines, you just said something that triggered this. Gentleman, client of ours, good friend, like dealer of the world or workplace of the country, place to work for. Adam Aarons is his name. He was on the podcast and just a terrific owner. He owns several franchises. What his salespeople do is when they have a customer and go for a test drive prior to buying the car, just a test drive, they pair their phone
Yeah.
to the car on the test drive. You want to talk about
Taking ownership.
psychological ownership, man. It's like powerful move. It's like I'm sitting there going, dude, why like that should be everybody in the country. I mean, that's a power move.
And
there.
now with Apple CarPlay, all we do is just take the cord and plug it in.
Right.
I mean, next generation cars, there won't be a plug. It'll just be rest the phone and it.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, right.
I mean,
That's right.
that's what our next car, our Trailblazer Chevy of Nanuet, Grand Prize Chevy and Nanuet. Get yourself a Trailblazer in the next like 6 months when it finally comes out,
Right.
and you'll have
Right.
wireless Apple CarPlay.
Or they could buy.
Dover Dodge.
No, you mean Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram?
Chrysler Deep Dodge. We do a folder.
I like their folder system.
Salesman come,
I love their folder.
Sean Bradley, assume the sale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Salesmen, they come up. Before they even start or anything, they come up with the customer. Not with the customer, but their worksheet or something, and they automatically get a folder. So everything they do with that customer is in a folder, back and forth with a folder.
So it's already a deal.
Yes.
I liked Ramsey's style
like
too,
that.
because
That's
Ramsey.
good.
So like when you had the deal, you had the folder, right? You'd automatically have a piece of paper, and it would go through. So this was great if you had a bunch of green peas or high turnover store.
Yeah.
And it would have your whole checklist, just boom, 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 what you need, like 2
So
driver's
important, man.
licenses, 2 copies of insurance, your lease conquest, your whatever the conquest, supporting information for like teachers, military, whatever, and it would tell you what exactly you needed. Like if you needed the DD12, like military dash DD12 or DD214 or whatever it is,
Right.
and
Right.
it would be so easy. But you had it to help finance. You had to have it in that order.
Yeah.
So
At M&M Motors, we have to make it easy on 2 people, the buyer and the seller. The easier we make it for people to purchase vehicles from us or service vehicles at our business, the better. And the easier we make it for team members to do their jobs, we're going to make some money. Yes or no? I mean, right?
Everybody wants easy and fast.
Right. And then that breeds loyalty not only from your team members, but from your customer
Customers.
base too.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's
Correct.
it's a no-brainer.
if
Make
you
it
have happy
easy.
people, you'll have happy customers.
Right?
You
That
have miserable people. You got to cut the cancer out.
Red, that is so important. My company, we are blessed that 70% of my company out of 32 people have been with us over 10 years or more. I mean, those are pretty big numbers, especially in the vendor world. There's a huge turnover in the vendor world. And it's been and it's not because I'm so wonderful or that we overpay, although we probably do overpay a little bit.
You don't overpay. You should pay them more.
Right. So,
Right, Anthony?
right. Well, it's important. I mean, you got to, yeah, it's important to overpay people, I think.
For good people.
Yeah, and pay on performance and so forth. But we try to make it, I totally get, and we as a leadership group of AutoMax understand that the more engaged, the more passionate, the more joy, the happier that our team members are, that's going to transfer to our customer, and they're more likely to buy. You can't go in every day beating a crap. I mean, because that's the way I used to manage, through intimidation. I was taught you treat them like garbage, you control them, and you know how I'd fire people? So let me ask you, Michael, how much money do you spend a week going back and forth to work? About $10. Great. I found a way to save you $40 a month. Beat it. You're done. I mean, that was the way. I mean, that's not a story.
Oh,
That's
God
true.
forbid. God forbid you did that this day and
Right.
age.
So
It was like, my feelings are hurt.
Right,
Like, why would he do that to me? Why I'm going to get my lawyer. And
Yeah,
then now you need
well,
reasons why you're firing him.
Yeah, that's fine.
Insubordination?
Yeah.
Showed
Yeah.
up late. He showed up late 1 minute to work.
Yeah. So if you have a happy employee, I mean, it's like this in Mother Goose Land, but the better off they are, the customers are it's just gonna happen, man.
Yes.
It's just gonna happen. They have to have knowledge. They have to be real. They can't be scumbags. But the happier they are, and you surround yourself with good people, customers they're gonna flock to that. Nice, hurt people, right?
Yeah.
Nice people
Help people.
Craig, it's when you walk into the dealership, you can sense it. You can feel
Oh,
a
yeah, no
customer can
doubt.
feel it in a second. If there's tension in the building, they can see it.
You're
They
spot
can
on.
feel it. When Michael's running a showroom,
Yeah.
you walk in there and it's a totally different atmosphere.
Energy.
You feel like, are you here for the big sale?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here for the big sale.
didn't know you were having one. Yeah, let me tell you about it, right?
Yeah,
Correct.
I mean, you feel you get that emotional excitement, and that's probably why when you work with Michael Arrante, you sell by nature sell more cars. His dealership that he works for right now, they hit grosses that they've never seen.
Yeah.
They've sold more cars than they probably have in the last 5 years? No,
We
less
have a
than that.
great team. We're doing very well.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's so modest.
Yeah. Well,
He does very well wherever he goes.
But he said it, and that makes great people greater. Is that he's acknowledging it's a team, and I mean,
Yeah.
you love the guy, so
Well,
of course,
I gotta give
right.
him the shout out.
But the fact is, it's not about you. It's not about me. It's about the team, and that's
Nobody can do it by themselves.
Nobody. I mean, well, it's rare. It's very rare. And that's a bad position to be in, because if that person, him or her, ever leaves, that organization is screwed. So you better surround yourself with good people and engage those people, involve those people in your success, right? So,
Correct.
Yeah, and that's why, way back when we want to talk about different hats for me, I was going to go into the postmastery industry, and work for like a USPS or something like that. And when you sign up,
Job
they give
number
you
42 we're
yeah, they
at
give
now.
you a book, and the book is how to become indispensable.
Well, that's interesting.
And it was something that
Huh.
I picked up. I read a long time ago. When you're like in that college phase,
Yeah.
and you're like, oh, I don't know what to do in my life. Oh, let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this.
Yeah.
And it was
That
something
ended at
like,
about 40 for me, but yeah.
and you read this book, and it's like, there's if you can bring value to a dealership, I have to be able to do something that someone else doesn't do. I have to
Yes.
be, and as Les Brown says, you got to be willing to do things today that others won't do, so you can have the things that you want tomorrow that others won't have.
No doubt about that. That is absolutely. Aren't these things that these guys, the motivational people say, they're so simple
Yeah,
and so true.
but now do it.
Yeah.
It's hard. I
Yeah.
tell you, I
Right.
struggle. He'll
We
tell
all
you, I
do,
go in
man.
waves. I go in waves.
Of course.
I get
We're
that big
humans.
rush where like right now I'm in a push of like, all right, I'm gonna do all these letters, I'm gonna send all these letters out, and then I'm just kind of like do my usual stuff and wait.
I know, man. Life happens. What are you eating? How are you working out? What's your relationship like? What's going on with your family, your parents, your sibling? Life, the coronavirus. It can go on and on and on. Like politics, it can go on and on and on. And pretty much, I don't know. My opinion, it's God, family, business, and friends, and everything else after that. But Dixie, get back. Dixie, come here. You don't own the studio. Get back in here.
She's giving the look.
Do you have to go out? Do you have to pee?
She's giving the look.
Look at that face. Do you have
Oh
to
yeah,
pee?
that's the look.
All right, you guys might have to take over the show for a minute while
All
I
right.
take her out to pee. But so yeah, I mean, we're human beings. We're not machines. It happens. I think what's doubly awesome about your relationship is you guys, are in a position to, if one of you goes sideways,
Yes, we correct the other.
Right.
Or we're there, correct, support,
Right.
and
Yeah.
motivate the other one. Hey,
Yeah.
listen, come on, let's
yeah,
go.
man, that's real
Your
important.
feet are dragging today.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Like with my one coworker, I said to him, like, listen, can we start doing that with each other? Like, if you see
There
me
you
getting
go.
distracted and looking at God knows what, something that has nothing to do with
Good.
to work.
Good.
Like, yeah, I get it. We need our hour of mental relaxation
Good.
time, or mental retardation time, which is just numb-minding kitties and puppies on the Facebook or YouTube. But
My water
It just-
almost came out my nose, man. Thanks a lot.
not on the mic, not on the mic. But like, yeah, just to
really
be able
almost
to.
did. Oh, shoot.
But I mean, it keep me. That's our thing. A lot of people in our industry, and I'm sure you can agree, are ADHD.
Oh,
We
yeah.
try to think we're multitaskers, but we're not.
Oh, that's right.
And when we try to multitask, we lose focus on the one thing, go to the other thing, and lose focus on the one thing, and go back to the other thing, and then almost nothing gets done.
You are
And you only made
spot
5 calls out
on.
of your 35 calls. How do you have 8 hours of work and not make 35 calls? I don't know. It happens to me quite a bit. It's reality. But when you get, like, I get to the point where now I get my book. I start here's the how to combat ADHD is you write it down. And here's the other part, telling yourself to read it.
Yeah.
It's like a goal list. Me and Mike, for our first year of dating, we said we're going to make a couple's goal list. Being on a podcast together was one of them, so we can thank you.
Good.
We can knock that
You're
one
welcome.
off our
Thank
book.
you.
Correct.
And it took us a year to even write the goal list. We talked about the goal list for at least a good 6 months. Yeah, we
Interesting.
got to sit down and do it. Sunday comes around. Oh, we got to wake up. We got to shower. We got to eat. We got to go to church.
Yeah.
And it never got done. It never got done.
Yep.
It takes a commitment to each other to say, because I don't like, if he's on a roll, I'm going to let him go on a roll. And if I'm not going to say, hey, Mike, come on, let's sit down. Let's just bust this out. And then let's do our goal list. He has his own set of goal lists. I have my own set of goal lists. He's much better at it than I am because he puts it up right at the workplace. He has it up right at the fridge. So when he makes his coffee, he looks at it and goes over the goals of what he wants to accomplish in life.
Speaking of coffee, do you guys want any coffee? I'm going to get up here in a minute.
No, I'm good.
No,
You
I'm
sure?
fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's so. Yeah, that's so interesting. And writing stuff down is crazy important. My son and I had this discussion. There's like a bazillion apps to things to do, this and that. Tell you what, man. Using your senses, writing it down, looking at it, feeling yourself write it down. I don't know about you guys, but man, it is so important to me.
I had an
Dixie.
app that, come on.
Dix.
I had an app that I used. Mike, remember that one? It was for like ADHD, and it was like I would do it. I would say, all right, this is our Wednesday. This is our day off. Here's the 5 things I want to get done.
What do I say about writing everything down? Foursquare. Nothing becomes real till when?
Until it's written down on paper.
Exactly.
That's a fact, man. I couldn't agree
Numbers aren't
more.
real.
The sales guy comes up and says, "Yeah, they said they'd do this, this, and this," and I look.
Yeah,
at,
let's see
Did
it.
you write it?
Right.
You got to write it down.
Yeah, man.
Nothing becomes real till they see it in black and white.
You don't have a
Amen.
commitment until you have it. If I can't get a signature on a commitment, man, what are we doing?
Right.
Oh,
It's-
well, I want you to see the best you can do. What are we doing? We playing
That's
ourselves
right.
here? I mean,
and
like,
that's fine, but
you
tell
want
me
the car?
that.
Yeah.
Yep.
And ask for that. What are we doing here? This real or isn't it real? That's the thing. See, I think sometimes we get so bound up in closes, and there's a lot of great ones, but sometimes we just get unreal with the customer. Let's just talk to them.
But see, sometimes it's like with this whole new age, you don't want to be rough with a customer.
Oh,
like
no.
me, I don't want to say like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
sometimes I used to feel bad about saying stuff like that. I mean, I
Yeah,
get to
depending. You got to know who's in front of you, but
Yeah.
But overall, yeah, I would say you're right. You got to be.
I mean,
a little careful.
I had the point that I got to with a customer. I'm like, listen, you gotta drop the caviar out of the diet here. You want a car that leases at $600 a month, but you tell me you want to pay $300. Why do you still want to go? This woman she said, I'm on a fixed budget. I want to be this month. And she was coming from a Grand
Right,
Cherokee
right.
Limited too, by the way.
We are talking about bi-monthly payments, right, ma'am?
Oh, no, not 600 bi-monthly. No.
We're talking
Bi-weekly,
about
bi-weekly.
300 every 2 weeks, right?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
to get those banks, that'd be nice.
Yeah. It
But,
probably
like-
could be done, but yeah.
Yeah, one of those vendors came in the other day. He goes, "I'll do the biweekly." So, either way, so she comes in. She says she wants to be $300 a month. She's on a $600 a month car. She wanted to see a car. I said, I knew it was way too much of a car before, and what's the most you see yourself paying? If you really like it, can you see yourself paying another 50 to 30? Whatever.
Right.
Do you see yourself putting down another that? I get the numbers. I said, before I waste your time, so I can be efficient with your time and my time, these are what the numbers are on the car that you're on the car you're asking me about, with the leather, the ventilated seats, the this, the that, the scratch your back feature. And she goes, "Oh, that's way too much. Can I test drive it?"
That's way too much. Can I test drive it?
Yeah.
Okay, what signal is that? What's that saying? That's interesting. That's way too much. Can I test drive it?
She
What
still
is
wanna
she
test
actually
drive it.
saying?
She just wants to come in. She's. What is it saying, Michael?
She's saying she
Is that a buyer?
didn't believe you on what the payment would be,
Okay.
or she just wanted to drive it to drive. I don't know.
Well, why would you want to drive something that you can't? I mean, it's like
That's interesting.
it's like saying I want to drive the Hellcat, and in order to drive a Hellcat, what do you got to do, Mike? You need a commitment on a
Gotta be
number.
approved.
You got to get qualified.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you got to be approved.
Yeah.
For sure.
Sorry, we don't just let you drive 500 horsepower cars, 700-800 horsepower cars every day.
What?
I was like, it just blew my mind. I got so frustrated. I was livid that day. She made me test drive like 3 cars that were out of the budget. I said, "Ma'am, this is the kind of car if this is where you want to be efficient with your time, you'd be looking between these two." And she just
A lot of things crazy happen, however, when someone does drive a car.
yeah. So I test drove her,
Right.
and she goes, "All right, thanks."
Undid there.
And I said to her, I test drove her in a different car with a few less features. You know what I mean? Just to, listen, if that one's way too much, the RS, let's go down to a 3LT
Right.
and or 2LT with leather. And I said, at least let me run number. She wanted to do the test drive. I said, at least
Right.
let me run numbers for you on this car too.
Right.
Because if you're gonna go
Right.
take my time
Right.
on a Saturday
Right.
to
No.
go and do a test drive.
Yeah.
Just because you want to go drive the car.
Yeah.
At least give me the ability. The numbers came back real good though. They were within $75 of where she wanted to be versus the other
Interesting.
ones.
That's interesting.
And she goes, "No, I don't want to be a penny over 300."
That is weird. I don't get that. Is that a one-off or is that
I'm
happening?
thinking that's like the .00005. That's like a money factor kind of thing there.
Yeah, that
Very
yeah.
unusual.
Right? Yeah, that's not a.
You
that's
don't
a
see
one-off.
that every day.
Right.
No.
Because I'm going, oh man, I'm not quite sure I've heard that put that exactly that way before. Oh, that's interesting. All right, I'm going to take Dixie for a walk, guys.
Oh, she's excited.
Yeah.
If you guys could see, she perked up real fast.
Yeah, she did.
And in about 5 minutes before, she was giving that death stare, that like, "Daddy,
Yeah.
Daddy, please."
She does that. She's obsessed. That's for sure.
It
All right,
was like the
so
look for food.
Whatever you guys want to talk about. So hang in there, audience. I'll be right back, but I know you're here to see these guys anyway, so have at it. I'll just be a minute.
Hi, Michael.
Hello, Marissa. Any questions out there anybody wants to post up that we can answer for them or help them
That's a
on
good idea.
Marissa's side of the avenue, who specializes in social media and what they were talking about before? Any questions on, customers and closes and different things like that I could help anybody with?
Yeah, you might
All
want
right.
to go back through the stream. There were, I think, we probably missed some, but whatever. If you have questions, it's cool. I'll be
All right,
back.
so I'm going to do some hellos. Nate Craig Nicholas says, "We sell an amazingly technologically advanced item and yet still do it like it's 1992. Let's see, Melissa Skinner, she's giving some love out there. Anthony Sangelico going 100% in, all in. Hello, Mo. Hi, Michael. Jesse. Aw, we got some people we both know jumping in. Hunter Swift, thank you for getting on the phone today. And John Solano, I know you're gone and selling cars. And Michael, can you tell us? So, Michael, you used to, you're a man of fine taste. And I've noticed that on some of your clothing that you have, it says Nick Papa Giorgio on the sleeve. And last time I checked, your name's not Nick.
Only old-time car people would know that.
Yeah.
So that they can leave their imaginations for when you went out and somebody said, "What's your name?" Being in the car business and doing, going out, you didn't want, you left work at work. So it was a conversation piece. Most of the people thought it didn't say Nick Papa Giorgio. Most of the people thought it was Robert Graham.
Really?
Yes.
Huh.
Your friend Melissa is asking for some social media advice from you.
Okay. What is the exact question? Are we all the way down here? Let's see. I help a lot of folks sell on social media. What is some advice you can give those candidates on starting social selling? It's you want to sell yourself, you want to sell your dealership, you want to sell your car. You got to build value. I mean, that's all the basic 101 kind of rules. Stemming off of that, you want to be able to show excitement, fun. I mean, you want to show people what they're getting into when they're going to work with you. If you're on the phone and you're doing the wrong angle of selfie and you're holding it from your chin and not up, where the good selfie view is, and you're not projecting.
Shout out to Justin.
Santos?
No, that's Justin.
Okay. And, you go and you're talking to someone, you want to project confidence. If you're going and saying, this is a 19, you just want to be confident in what you're doing. You want to dress professionally. More clothes is less is more.
Professional business attire.
I mean, that's one thing. I've worked with some girls and I've seen some things posted online for car sales, and it almost looked like, you're dressed up for a car meet. And,
correct. Don't forget, you're selling 30, 40, 50, 60 on up $1,000 worth of cars, and 90% of those people or their parents who are with them or anything of that nature, that was the cost of their first house back in the day. So the car is the second largest purchase you're going to make. And if you went out and you want to buy a car from a professional, if you really want to make money and take the business to where it should be as a woman, you should be professional.
Yeah.
And social media, as you do all the time, what do you find are your best videos that you could help people out with? Are they outside walking through a lot? Are they doing a walk around on a car? I know a lot of people just post pictures with customers. Some people started doing interviews with customers after they buy the sale, tell them and this, that. Yes.
And I posted those on YouTube. So,
what do you find works the best that you could tell people to do or try?
What I like, with Kelsey, she uses Bomb Bomb. She's a big Bomb Bomb advocate. I'm also a Bomb Bomb advocate. And with the Bomb Bomb, I actually have a link to my YouTube videos of customer referrals. So Bill Have probably was the father of this. And
for the new people who are listening, what is Bomb Bomb?
Oh, Bomb Bomb. Wait, you got to make sure when you do sign up for
Bomb Bomb. They're not the Bomb Bombs I used to eat back in the day that had ice cream in them.
Chocolate or vanilla?
I think they came in a dual pack too, by the way.
So with the Bomb Bomb, if you're going to sign up for Bomb Bomb, please drop my name in there. There is a kickback for me. So with Bomb Bomb, it's a video email. You are able to keep a whole list of videos. Like I have my videos that when someone does a visit, I have a video that I send out with a caption, and then down below is basically my business card laid out for them with links. Links above is going to be your new car, your used car links, and then videos about me to get to know me better. Which kind of is really great for after the sale. You can set up something called like a drip. I think they changed the name. But what it does is you can set up a group of emails, say your sold customers, your January sold customers, and you throw them in and start a drip. So that at the 2-month mark, the 3-month mark, the 6-month mark, and you could have it set up periodically, and you could do a bunch of videos and say, hey, it's been a year. Congratulations. If you had any questions, contact me here. And you could set it up so you can be able to still be top of mind with the customer, because once you sell the car, they forget about you. And to be able to be remembered, because I want to be recognized. That's the whole point why we're on shows, why I do Facebook Lives, is because I want to be recognized. If they don't know I exist, how are they going to know where to go to buy a car from me?
And bird dogs.
Yeah, of course, the bird dogs.
Yeah, bird dogs are crazy important. I think I picked up here pretty quickly where you guys were going, but back a million years ago when I sold cars, I walked 20 miles uphill with no shoes on
In the snow.
right, and cranked them.
Both ways.
Actually, it's this June will be 48 years I've been in the car business. Whew, let that sink in for a minute. I've been in the car business longer than you've been alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, things were different back then. But what I did at the beginning of every month, I had 5 bird dogs. I had a legit drug dealer. Mm-hmm. Legit drug dealer.
They're the best.
He was awesome. A tow truck driver, a barber, a woman that worked at a credit union, and an insurance agency. Now, this is, you got to remember the time frame. We're talking 75. Mm-hmm. They would come to me on the first of the month. I give them each a $100 bill. It's 1975, right? So, okay, you owe me 5 customers. And then it was a graduated pay scale, anything over that. No, honey, don't do that. Dicks. Okay, go sit down. You've had enough. They were in 1977, I made $109,000 selling cars. On my tax return was $21,000 of non-reimbursed miscellaneous business expense. In other words, bird dogs. Bird dogs. Because in the state of Ohio, it's actually illegal to do that now. Back then, it was not. It is, in some states, it still is. But there's 1,000 ways to get around that if you're in a state that it's quote unquote illegal. But having people work for you, and I don't know who said this, it certainly wasn't me, but the way to create real wealth for yourself is on the efforts of other people. You, me, we can only do, we have there is a ceiling of some sort in terms of income. Mm-hmm. However, the more people you get, again, air quotes,
organically,
right, working for you, the more wealth you're going to obtain. It's simple. Mm-hmm. And really, and I want to get back to it. Meeting you got in what was the first time we met? Was it Clearwater? Was it?
I think it was Clearwater. Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
What's that been? 2-3 years ago?
Yeah, something like
right.
that. Yeah, I think so. It had to be 3 years ago.
And we've never met, but you know, I mean, you guys are awesome people. Just nice humans. Podcast for both of you, I think it's a no-brainer. I mean, you can set it up in your home. The equipment, you don't have to go to this extreme. Obviously.
He's as the kids call it, he's extra.
Yeah.
When it comes to technology.
I'm telling you guys, I mean it. You should do it. There's 750,000 podcasts in the United States right now. Sounds like a lot. Like, okay, well, the world doesn't need another podcast. Wrong. There's 5 million books published every year in the United States. Mm-hmm. I read a lot, but there's not. People aren't reading 5 million books.
Correct.
Podcasts? Yeah.
Well, think of how many billion people are out there in the world.
Right, 7.5.
So what was it? You said a couple, 100,000, couple million.
Podcasts are easy now because
Yeah.
we all have our phone glued to us.
Right.
Well, you got to think of
Right,
it too. If
right.
you think about it,
You don't have to watch it; you can listen to it.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
And that's what I do. I mean, like sometimes when I can't get to church, I'll listen to the podcast.
So will I. It comes up on my live feed on Facebook.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean,
Same thing.
Right. It absolutely does.
And the phone's always going. I can't tell you the last time you look through the radio. Who puts the radio on anymore?
That's right, man.
Yeah.
That's fact. Yeah.
Correct.
So yeah, I would really urge you guys to write it down. and take a look at it. And really, you can do it on the cheap. It doesn't, again, you don't have to have a producer like millionaire producer Adam. You don't need.
Is he back there sleeping again?
No, yeah, he's stoned. Adam's
Still
awesome.
here.
This place, I tell you, all systems go AV. No kidding. They're awesome people. Great studio. They do amazing work. But for you guys too, if you have content that you want to share, share it to my to the AutoMax recruiting wall. I put a post up the other day about sharing valuable content to the page and made it open to a lot of people. So if you guys have something, video content that you want to share, have at it.
Beautiful.
It's good for our audience and obviously be great for you guys because there's thousands of
Thank
people
you.
on there. So that'd be good for you guys, I think, to be able to do. So we're 3.5 hours. Are you guys okay on time? You guys
So-so.
okay? What do you got to do?
I gotta exchange
We got to beat the
tile.
New York traffic.
Yeah, good point. Yeah,
I gotta go to Patterson.
sorry about
I got
your
a
luck.
tile. I got a tile deal. I gotta do.
Patterson.
I tell you, Patterson. If anyone in the tri-state area is redoing a bathroom or your kitchen and you need tile, what a great price at wholesale prices at what is it? The Tile and Stone Shop in Patterson. It is in a warehouse way back in the scariest part, back by the river. And you will return with a large amount of tile for a great price. I'm telling you, they better than what do you call it? What's that town by us? Paramus.
Paramus.
Yeah, Paramus. They're charging $20 for the type of tile I got.
Right.
I ended up paying $7.
Oh,
Yeah.
a third? Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
deal.
Yeah. So you know what? You go during the day, you're fine.
All right, kind of home stretch here, Mike. So we've discussed people, we've discussed some branding and so forth. Overall, and I know it's an overused topic or talking point, but culture. What kind of culture? From talking
Craig.
to you guys, fun is important.
Are you sure? Are you sure you don't want another hour-long conversation?
I don't care.
We can go on and on about culture.
Mike Davenport, the Chevy dude. I think
love
Mike holds the record in here for 4.5
his wife.
hours. I think so, but
Oh yeah.
and we can't.
I gotta beat the Chevy dude.
I don't care, man. But so, Mike, what culture or core competencies, or what do you want M&M Motors to stand for in the public to see your dealership being as a business, as being part of the community? So again, culture. Talk to that, if you would, for a minute.
Culture will have to definitely be respect of people.
Okay.
You gotta create respect for them. You gotta make them feel that they're at home. It's one of those things when as soon as they walk in, take them to the coffee machine, as crazy as that could sound.
Yeah.
You get them a cup of coffee, you get them a water, you make them feel at home. It goes back to how many people came into the dealership, their car is not working right, or they had problems, they're ready to cry because they have no money to pay the bill. It's just that, not saying you're going to do anything for them, but when you make them feel loved and you made them feel respected and you made them feel you're going to help them and do the best of your ability you could, you're going to create loyalty and you're going to create repeat business. So business should be definitely repeat and referral.
And the psychology side of giving them water or coffee and walking them over to it versus telling them, hey, it's over there.
I'll be right back.
Doing it with them.
That's right.
You are now giving them something for free.
You got to give them something.
You give them something. The intent is, when someone gives you something for free, you feel that you're indebted to them, that you've got to give them something back. So when you start doing something like that, giving them free pens, you're giving them a bracelet, a pretty little ribbon on their new keys, they feel that you gave to them. I put water in there. I got 2 bottles of water I put in their cup holders. I put my bracelet on it. Listen, the dealership has water bottles. Sometimes I'll go to the vending machine and get a $1 thing of vending chips,
Right.
and I'll put that in the car and I'll staple it with my business card and say, enjoy the ride,
Right. Right.
And it just, when you give someone something early on in the transactional period, they feel that they have to give you something back. So what is it, their time? Is it more of their time? Is it more of their consideration? Is it more open-mindedness? Or is it the car deal? You know, selling is psychology.
Yeah,
Correct.
I couldn't agree more with that. That's spot on for sure.
Yes.
So, community involvement. I know, again, and I'll go back to guys like Trinity or Ali. You know, Ali Rita doesn't have a big, what I would call a big social media presence. Frank does. But what both of them have for sure is hands-on, shaking hands, kissing babies in their community involvement. When they are, it's not just, you know, and I've fallen into this trap. It is real easy to cut a check.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's very easy to cut a check for Little League.
Right,
But
sure,
to
sure.
show up to
you
the
know.
Little League, like that's
Right,
what I think what
exactly.
Ali does is that he'll cut the check and for the Little League, but he'll actually show up there.
There you go.
You know, and he shows up. He'll even go there to the extent where he brings the Rice Krispie treats and Tang. And as his daughter calls me, his daughters call me the soccer mom. Because
that right?
every time
Yeah.
I pick him up, we went to a country concert. I show up with the little lunch bag with all the meals made, corners cut off.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm a mom. I'm a mom in the making.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you know, when you go and reach the community, and not just a financial means, but with your actual time, your time and your presence make more. It's like going to a soup kitchen in your community, and this is something that I'd like to do more with him and the girls. I had to do it for confirmation when I was growing up, but you know, I had to do soup kitchens and stuff and give back to the community. Things that you don't get back. Like him and I, we did this Halloween. We did the trunk or treat with our church. I have the Ram out there. He has the Jeep Cherokee. And we're just, you know, loading it up with candy, a big tent and everything like that. He was giving out his dealership. Plug it.
Dover Dodge
Dover
gave me
Dodge.
nice little
Yeah.
trick-or-treat bags we were giving everybody.
Nice.
Because everybody came and some kids didn't have bags or anything, so you gave
Yeah.
them a bag, they
There you
walked
go.
around.
There you go.
That is definitely on our goal list,
And it was
too.
a free event.
Yeah.
One of the things we want to do is give back, like work a soup kitchen and stuff like that. She's hounding me on it, and it is written down now.
Yes.
Yeah, good.
When it's
So-
written down, it becomes real. But if you
right.
leave it, see, like this is what he always says about me when I go to the business conferences. I'm really great at taking notes, and that's where it ends. I'm really great at taking notes. Period. Am I good at going back and taking time to? I guess you would say download
Yeah.
those notes.
Yeah.
No, not like I should.
Yeah.
So I mean, yes, I get recharged on those events, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's just downloading.
Well,
the download.
as human beings, we only have a certain amount of bandwidth as well.
Yes.
It's like, there comes a point where it is overload. But to get back to one of the things you were just talking about is like several years ago, our church had a trick-or-treat thing, and they had a car in the middle of the lobby of the church. And, drop off your Halloween candy there, this and that. And so my assistant goes up there and says, there's like a few bags in here. What do you want me to do? I said, well, what would it cost to fill the whole car? She said, what do you mean the whole car? I said, fill the whole car. I said, I don't know, Craig. I said, well, just fill the whole car.
Yeah.
It's like, and so and somewhere I got a picture of it. I mean, it's like the whole car is loaded with our candy, but it's just kind of a church thing. And obviously you guys are people of faith,
and
so we
the
can talk
toy
about
toy
this.
drive. I
Right.
mean, yeah, we can. I mean, Chevy of Grand Prize Chevy of Nanuet can go ahead and probably see if we could borrow a pickup truck or something like that for our church
Right.
for a toy drive. I
Right.
mean, and get
Well-
them to sticker it all up.
Well, again, getting back to, again, I'm blessed enough. God has blessed me personally and as a company and as a family to be able to give and to be able to tithe plus.
Yes,
And
because
that's-
it comes back.
Right. And it's awesome. I got I'll tell you off camera some unbelievable stories about that. However, and you get a certain amount of satisfaction from that personally. And plus it's, that's what God tells you to do. So
Correct.
I'm not going to mess, with that. But I was not involved in my church. I was taking. Okay. And so in week after week, we're looking for volunteers here, So finally, I go to the pastor, who's a friend of mine, and we became friends. I said, look, what can I do? He says, well, we need some help in the parking lot. And I said, the parking lot? I'm Craig Lockhart. What are you talking about? Like parking cars? Like waving, like in one of those jackets with a flat? Seriously? Yeah. Yeah, I'm serious. And it was like, that was one of the most rewarding things I've ever done in my life. Mm-hmm. And I made it fun, and people were waving, and it was like, oh, okay, I get it. I really am now part of the church, because the church obviously is not a building, it's people. And it was like, and then finally my rotation was over with, and it's like, I didn't want it to end, man. It was like, I'll stay in the parking lot. You know, it was like, this is awesome. But you know what I mean?
I know.
It was crazy.
Yeah, we always talk about getting more involved with the church, and I'll get to the point with this industry. It's hard because like I want to help with the church's social media, and I was able to dedicate some time to it and get a couple of good ideas and we got a good brainstorm session together, and they've been able to use some of those ideas and feed off of some of those ideas
That's cool.
from the brainstorm session. But like. Sometimes that's all I can contribute is a brainstorm session to build content every day. It's, and I hate to say that I don't have time, because how could you not have time for that?
Yeah.
It's
amazing how
juggle.
much time we really have if we
Oh,
cut
yeah.
out the baloney.
One of our things that I'm still trying to embed in her is there's a time for work,
Yeah.
and there's our time.
Yeah.
And
Well, yeah.
there's a lot of issues with that with her, because
Mm-hmm.
but we've been going through a lot, between
Well, we've been
work,
through a lot, yeah.
between doing a million things all over the place, moving.
The move was really hard. So you want to talk
buy a house or something?
Yeah,
or
I
what?
just bought a house. You
Yeah,
want to talk
good.
about a
Congrats.
humbling experience. You have someone who, Michael is OCD neat freak. Very things have to be done in a certain way. There's no fly by the seat of your pants. There's an agenda. Like he could be an itinerary type of guy. When it comes to the
DJ
move.
KZ is just logged in, Dover Dodge, and also Doc Schwartz
Hey.
from Texas.
Shout out to you, folks.
Doc
Thanks for
Schwartz.
joining the show. Watch it on the replay. If you
Yeah.
got about 4 hours, check it
Yeah.
out.
Look at the peak moments.
Right.
All right, so you can tell him about my
So-
downfall
Lot
at
of
the
peak
house.
moments.
So no,
Moments,
you tell him. No, it's just because he's so set. He's a man that's set in his ways. He's a man that is. Listen, he is a sales manager. A sales manager is in a position who is used to taking charge, and it's very humbling when you take the charge. The move was like this. I had sold my house. We were really going to move down to Myrtle Beach by my folks.
Sounds
and
good to me.
We were going to do that, but the schools are better up here for the girls, and we want to be with the girls. So we checked out the schools. It wasn't where we wanted to be, and
Gotcha.
so that'll be a few years down the road.
Yeah.
But when we were moving, I had sold my house. He gave me the go ahead to sell the house. I was looking at houses down in Myrtle Beach. I was in between jobs, so I had secured work down there, and it was like, oh shit. Now,
Right.
my house is sold.
Right.
They refuse to push the closing back. I sold the house privately. I sold it privately.
Oh, really?
I bought it privately. I sold it privately.
Oh, nice.
And I'm like, oh crap, what are we gonna do? Because there was no. I said, Mike, if you give the green light, we're going full steam ahead. And so here it is. We were mad dash looking for a house up here in New York, and we wanted to be closer to his parents and closer to the girls. And there was a few places that were nice, and everything would get bought. It was gone, bought. Someone bought it. Someone
Yeah,
bought it.
yeah.
So we were down to what, 14 days, 21 days.
Let me tell you this. I'm a creature of habit. I wake up in the morning. I read through my whole goal list and what I need to do and meditate and read a little something
Drink his
spiritual
Awesome.
and drink my coffee,
Right.
get dressed every day, no matter what.
Right.
It's just, I'm in a routine forever. So she flies by the seat of her pants. And sold
good.
the house. In fact, her parents had came up, were eating, and I think her dad had says, what about the movers? And I was like, well, she told me to schedule the movers to go to the new house on the 22nd. There was no new house. So she goes.
The contract. What he really means is the contracts
Right.
weren't fully executed.
Gotcha.
But everything we
we
looked
were going
at
to do an early move-in.
kept
prior to
kept
closing.
buying and buying. So now we finally find this one place, and I said to them, listen, let's see if we could do early occupancy.
Right.
Contracts weren't signed.
Right. You can ask.
No.
Well, it gets better. It comes down to the house is packed. We still had packing to do that day. I'm losing
lot
my
of
mind.
packing.
In fact, I had to go for a walk up and down the block because it's the day. The moving men are on their way to 10 o'clock in the morning. Supposed to be there. There's no contract to sign to move into the other house. I'm going, Marissa, what are we going to do? She's going, don't worry, it'll work out. It'll work out. And she's packing away. I'm losing it. And I think the moving men got there. And they started
let's
packing.
paint the picture. He's in the fetal position with his head on the
Yes.
sofa saying, what the hell? Why this woman?
And the moving men are there. They're starting to bring stuff out.
rolled
And I'm like,
in.
Marissa, where are we putting this? What are we doing?
Yeah.
So, and
I
then
go, it's going to take them like 2 hours to
within-
pack the truck.
Yeah.
And they said 3 days ago, they said they were almost done with the contract. So all I had to do was just digitally
We got
sign
2
it.
hours.
Yeah.
We got 2 hours.
Then finally she says to me, all
No
right, they
keys.
just
No keys to the new house,
yeah,
too,
no
by the
keys.
way.
They didn't sign anything.
Right.
Yeah.
So she, they're there maybe about a half an hour. She looks at me. She goes, all right, listen, you got to go drop the check off. We're good. They just signed everything. You get out of here and
Get
you go
out
do
of
that.
the house.
So there I go. I take my hour and a half ride
To Goshen.
and to clear my head to Goshen. And then we get into the house.
Oh, God.
There's no heat or hot water. The town shut them down. They didn't
No,
pass the
that wasn't
CO.
when they wouldn't put it on.
Oh, Orange and Rockland shut
Yeah.
them down.
Yeah, and then they got shut
Whoa,
down. No
that's
heat, no hot
messed
water for
up.
3 days. They told me the day before the heat and the hot water is on, everything's working. They
Right.
replaced the part.
Not true.
Not
No.
true.
Whoa.
So we
So
show up.
I'm fighting. We show up to the house. Now there's no heat. Now it's November 22nd. So it's pretty cold.
and we're
so-
still trying to be business as usual.
Yeah,
Right.
and we got to go to work. We got to do
Right.
this.
Yeah.
No heat, no hot water. Taking showers at my parents' house.
His routine is
My
destroyed.
routine is
Oh, yeah.
can't function.
I can relate, dude.
And we
Yeah.
got the heat and hot water on. I think it was day 3.
Yeah.
After they came and the Orange and Rockland looked at the guy. He says, "Now you're playing games with me. No problem. I'm shutting you totally down. Now I want everything repaired coming into the house."
So they had everything redone. And then after all that got done, the electrical problem started to happen.
Oh, shit. Is that
Of
right?
course, we had the home inspector, but they put the thing in and they make sure every outlet works.
Right.
Okay, no big deal.
The basics.
So we move into the house and we're there, early occupancy now, and we're there, and
About
we go
a
to
week or
turn the
two.
light on that goes over the kitchen table.
Right.
Okay. And along the side of the wall, which is a living room, dining room combined,
Mm-hmm.
there's 3 outlets. So you plug a lamp into the outlet, no?
Right.
Okay. When you shut the light off,
For the
it's connected to
dining
all
room.
3 of those outlets.
Everything was on one circuit. And then to top it off, there was hot wires put into the ceiling because they moved lights. The ceiling had hot wires tied to each other underneath the ceiling. So there was no way to access it. We had
Tear
an
the
electrician
ceiling
that was
up.
able to fix it. And yeah, hot wires, Jimmy rigged dishwasher. But yeah,
my.
so
This past November?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so this is
so
recent.
this one went through what would you call it? A humbling experience, or like
Everything.
just
Everything.
from being in it. When you take people who have control and you take that control away from them,
Yeah.
and now they have no say. There's no answers, and there's no answers within reasonable time.
Yeah.
You want to see someone go stir crazy
Yeah.
and blood pressure go up?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I can relate. I'm a pretty dominant guy, and it's
Mm-hmm.
like, yeah, when stuff goes sideways like that, it's like,
And
It
I
was
go,
one after the other.
I said to him, Michael, have faith. God is gonna do what He's gonna do. That's why when the movers pulled in, and by the way, that was the email came in the same exact time the movers pulled up.
oh, is that right?
Yeah, I just didn't check the email.
That's That's interesting.
But yeah, so it just have faith. Everything will be okay. Everything, if it's meant to be, everything's gonna fall in
Yeah,
line.
that's true.
And that's what happened.
Everything pretty well squared up by now? Or
And
no?
Yeah.
but as he says, this is how it is in life, regardless of God involved, if you are a godly person or not. When life comes at you heavy, it means there's a breakthrough about to come through.
Yeah, typically that's
know?
a fact, girl. That's true.
And
I've found that
you
to
just
be
have
true.
to navigate what you feel and what you pray is the right choice.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that even a little bit.
Through all of this and the time with her, I've came out a better person.
Yeah.
In many ways than one.
He was the
'Cause-
guy that when he was working as the big shot, making the big 3 figures, he was doing the Gucci's, he was a $600 pair of shoes, $600 shirt, $600 pants, buying 10 at a time, and he was the guy that, on downtime, got Grant Cardone playing in the background, but is looking at the newest watch and looking at the newest this and that. And, after we both been through some times where we both lost everything financially.
Yeah.
We lost everything.
It's good for you.
And it is
Absolutely.
definitely the most humbling point is when you say, you know what? And that's where he comes in the beginning of this podcast. He says, you can always make more. As long as you have your health, right? You can always make more. And it's...
Nothing beats. That's why anybody in this business needs to take their time to relax and be themselves and work. And you got to make that. One of our biggest things, too, is vacations.
I can't vacation unless
This one's
it's
never been on a vacation. She goes, I go to a business
I
conference.
said
That's
I
not a
did
vacation.
Clearwater.
No.
Clearwater. I took a few days before
No.
Clearwater. I took a few days after, and that was my
But for
beach
the
time.
amount of
No.
work we
Do
do,
what Mike tells you.
you need a
Take a
vacation.
vacation. This was going to be my year of travel. I was going to go to Europe and this and that, and then this stupid thing happens. It's like, because I mean, I was going to go to Scotland and ancestor type of thing, and it's like, okay. no.
I tell her, you don't
Gonna
even
put
got
that
to
off.
get crazy. I just want to go
No,
snorkeling.
or a weekend in the woods with a cabin or whatever, man. It's just,
We are the woods in the cabin.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, really? Is that kind of where you
Oh,
live?
kind
yeah,
of.
that's cool.
Yeah, we're like 3 miles outside of the
We
woods.
live in the Hudson
Commons.
Valley area
Yeah,
now.
that's awesome. That's cool. All right, so we've bought the dealership, people, culture, this and that. I think that's a pretty good start. I think we should probably wind this thing up. Really, I fully extend an invitation. You guys have some sort of consistent video message or something you want to put on the AutoMax recruiting channel, please feel free. That'd be awesome for you guys to do. Also would love to have you come back at some point.
Thank you.
We'd
Okay.
love to be back.
So we'll do that. We haven't invited too many people back, but I'd love to have you two come back sometime in the near future, right?
Yes.
Okay. Again, let's wind it up. How do you want people to reach out to you? For in both your cases, really, to buy from you, which is okay. That's what this is kind of for. This podcast is for as well. So, how do people? What's the best way for people to get a hold of you, Michael? And if you guys would later put it in the stream, is cool. But how do people get a hold of you, Mike?
I'm very easy. You can reach me on Facebook, which is my name, Michael Arrante. Last name is Arrante. Same as in Instagram. Same as Twitter. All the same, my name and everything. I'll drop my cell phone down in there, which I do use for business for you.
Right.
If anybody wants
LinkedIn, it's your name as well.
LinkedIn
obviously.
is my name also, too. I'll drop it all down there for you and leave an email address.
Please.
I'll put it in the thing. You want to see me or meet me, Dover Dodge in Rockaway, New Jersey. You can always come and see me. Now for the best of the best to finish up, which is Marissa. She's got a long one, so you guys better take a little pad and piece of paper because you could contact her everywhere from here to probably California. Somebody knows her.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, and then across countries. But,
This is a time thing, so you got 3 minutes. Go.
Oh, okay. now we're on a time?
Nah.
All of a sudden?
No,
no,
we're not.
Michael always likes to do this stuff. It's like dinner. He likes to give me the best piece for last.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
So, Marissa Molnar, Marissa Red Racer Molnar. It's going to be, Instagram is at Go Red Racer. The TikTok is at Go Red Racer. And then Instagram, I did Instagram. Everything is Go Red Racer. Just if you start typing in Go Red Racer, my little face will pop up.
Right.
I try to keep my photos pretty consistent to all my socials. And then I'm on Instagram, LinkedIn. Please find me on LinkedIn.
Yes.
If I'm sorry if I hit my max friends on Facebook. I do have a Facebook page, and Marissa Red Racer Molnar.
Oh.
And damn, Mike, you're right. I was going to take 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And anybody who wants to reach out to us, comments, questions, anything you want us to answer as a couple in the car business,
Right.
as a woman in the car business on how to deal with certain things in
Right.
the workplace,
Right.
in the customers, anything, reach out, send a link to Craig or us.
Yes.
We will answer you. We will help you. If you want to call us on something, you're more than welcome to call us.
Just not after hours.
Just not after hours,
Right.
please. Or on days off.
You know, we didn't even really delve into that. We didn't talk about your racing at all. That we'll save that for the next show.
Okay.
But, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, because at least let it be racing season at least.
As
maybe I can bring
Marissa
in my
and
new
I would
trophies.
like to start doing podcasts also. We'd like to get some information on stuff you guys want to hear
We
about.
will take sponsors. For the race car side of me, I will always take sponsors, either
you
for the
go.
race car or if we're going to do podcasts. We would love to be sponsored by AutoMax.
Yeah.
I just
you
want
know.
to see Tony Robbins.
Hey, where's
you
the
gotta
cheesesteaks?
go, man. You gotta go. You gotta go see Robbins. So look at everybody. Again, thank you to both of you for coming
Thank
in
you for
here.
having
It's
us.
a big time commitment, and I truly appreciate it. I've been after you for 6 months to
June?
do this show, probably,
Think
or
since
yeah,
like the summer,
yeah,
end of summer.
probably. And I'm so
Yeah.
glad that the both of you came in. It was really just awesome to meet you and
Thank you.
to get to know you a little bit. I mean, it's like, when as human beings do we sit down and have a 3.5 hour conversation with another human being? Like,
Face to face.
Us?
it's-
Never.
Yeah.
Wait.
Right? I
Every
mean,
time I sell a car, not that I intentionally mean to be doing this
Yeah,
for 3
that
hours,
should
but
probably be shortened
New York,
up a little.
New York paperwork, DMV.
yeah,
it's
probably
it's
so.
mostly babysitting.
But listen, to all of you out there, I want to end this by saying this. Be kind to each other. More importantly now than probably ever in the human race, love each other. Our community, is 350 million people, but break it down to your neighborhood, to your next door neighbor, to the people that you come in contact with every day, the people that you work with, your family. Break it down a little bit. There's no reason why we can't literally help each other. It takes a little bit of time, a little bit of effort, maybe a few bucks here and there, but just love each other, help each other, and let's try to get some of the screwy stuff that's happening in the world straightened out a little bit, because it can be done. I'm positive it can be done. Probably can't be done with 350 million people, but it can certainly be done on the street that you live on or the place that you go to work every day. So, as always, Adam, thank you so much from All Systems Go AV. Love you, dude, and love you, audience. And again,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great ending.
Thank
And
you.
like I tell Marissa all the time, be humble. And when you're driving or somebody's having a bad day, smile at them, because you never know what they just went through or what
Yeah.
news they got.
That's right.
You got the guy in front of you flipping you to the bird. I just give him the little hearts there. Nothing but love.
To add to that, Og Mandino, the name of the book is A Better Way to Live, rule number 10. You can actually Google it, and it's kind of a life-changing thing. It completely changed my life. So Og Mandino, Better Way to Live, rule 10. You live your life like that, you'll be okay, and you'll help a lot of other people. So again, audience, we love you so much, and we're out. Peace.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Woo!
Yep.
Wow.
Cause I